One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
President Trump is smashing down the barriers that have held American business back. For 80 years, tariffs were on America. So when we tried to sell elsewhere, there were tariffs. And when they tried to sell here, no tariffs. So our industries went overseas. President Trump is reversing that trend. Zero tariffs away. Those are the deals he's made. Vietnam, he announced Indonesia just this morning. No tariffs there. They pay tariffs here. Switching the asymmetry our way. Yeah. Let's bring industry back. And that's going to unleash our farmers, our ranchers, our fishermen, and our industries are going to blow out. And that is what the stock market understands. Donald Trump understands business in America.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh my goodness, it's so good to be home, back at the desk. Whew, man, this just feels so comfortable. I'm ready to go. We're looking at a pretty long show today. We're live now. Then I've got some news for you. We're going to be doing that real quick. And then at 2 o'clock, I've got an interview with Mark Beckman, who's an AI expert. We're going to talk all about AI. He's written a book on AI. Then at 2:30, we have President Trump coming with this huge event in Pennsylvania regarding AI investment. So we're going to cover all that and maybe more, so settle in. We're going to be here for a while. Again, let me thank every single one of you for your prayers for my sister. Prayer works. She's feeling much better. Thank you, every single one of you. Tons of you guys prayed, and I'm so happy for that and so appreciative as well. All right, so I fly home last night, and as I'm on the plane, I paid for the internet so I could keep myself busy on the plane, which, by the way, isn't too bad. By the way, if you're flying, it's not the best bandwidth. It's not like I could go live from the plane, but I could surf and do some things. And so something came across my feed, and I want to show this to you. And let's start this off, as you just heard about what Howard Lutnick said. I saw this in my feed as I was about to land home. And it says, I wrote, my man, prosperity is the way. And this was from Governor Ron DeSantis. Florida's economy ranks #1 for the 3rd year in a row, according to CNBC. Florida has the lowest number of state workers per capita, the lowest debt per capita, the 2nd lowest spending per capita, no income tax, the #1 public higher education system, the lowest in-state tuition, universal school choice, law and order reigns here, and we're #1 for new business formations. And as I was looking at that, and I posted, I'm like, man, I'm lucky. No further than that. I am blessed. We are so blessed, Robin and I, being able to live here and watch the renaissance of Florida and how it has completely turned around. If you guys don't know, it wasn't #1 for education. It wasn't #1 for business. It wasn't #1 for all these different things. It has changed under Ron DeSantis, which shows what a good governor can do for individual states. It's amazing what you can do if you decide to do it. He has ushered in prosperity to us Floridians. The opportunities abound. At this point, if Zoran the Great wins the mayoral race up in New York, I don't know what we're going to do with all the people and all the money coming down here. They're going to be flooding us. They're going to be coming down here looking for places to live, where to start businesses, leasing out commercial space, because here is the place for prosperity. California, I understand, is now trying to steal the land from the houses that burnt down in Malibu. The entirety of the Democrat Party is completely the antithesis of prosperity. And you're looking at these idiots, and then you're looking at President Trump and what he's doing, and what you're going to hear more of here in a second, and it's not even comparable. It doesn't even make any sense how people could be looking at this left hand and going, yeah, that's appealing to me. Hell no. It's very weird watching all this. It's very weird, and I'll tell you, it's very weird looking at things in the chat when people don't want to hear about prosperity. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe, just maybe, it's time to flip the script. Maybe it's time to start thinking intensely about prosperity, about changing your lives, about changing the lives of your family, because you voted for this guy. And this is what he's doing. He has mentioned many times, just like Howard Lutnick has said, we're going to be on a rocket ship. Tariffs. They're working. And I've said many times here, don't look at where things are. Look at where the puck is going to be and skate as fast as you can to where that puck is going to be. Which leads me to a huge question. One of the things I've been seeing lately is a bunch of people on the right, they say. And the question I have for those people on the right, and some here in the chat, is why is it that most of those in the conservative influencer mob seemingly ignore President Trump's prosperity mission and dwell on that? And that is, I really want you to think about that. With everything going so well, we've never seen anything like this, especially in the first 6 months. Why are people upset? What does that guy have to do with your life right now? I saw this also a little while ago by, and you guys know, I love Mark Mitchell. I love talking to him. I think his data is up there on point. And Mark said, even if Trump's approval recovers, this could be a Waterloo moment. And my response was, Trump doesn't have to recover. He's not running again, that we know of. And I want you guys to realize, normally, the second term of a president, He wins the first one and he makes sure everything's okay, keep it copacetic, and then they start, campaigning for the re-election, and then during the second term is when they try to enact everything. This is essentially President Trump's second term. This is when he's going to begin enacting things, and you've been seeing it voluminously. He's kicking butt. And of course, there are going to be some speed bumps. Speaking of speed bumps, I told you guys yesterday, I took my sisters to go see F1, the new movie. And I think that is a great parallel to what we're seeing with Donald Trump. We're seeing a high-performance vehicle flying around the track. Just flying 250, 275 miles an hour. That thing is flying. That Trump F1 vehicle is just tearing up the street, leaving skid marks on the track. But every once in a while, even the most trophied champion, the best vehicle, is going to crash. It's going to blow a tire. Going to blow a transmission. Might even get hurt. Maybe somebody will take a shot at you. But just like what we saw in F1, if you haven't seen it, you get back in a car, and the car is still performing, and you drive the hell out of it, and you win the championship. It's not like before when I lived in Daytona, and these cars really, were kind of iffy, and Dale Earnhardt goes into a wall, and he loses his life. These guys are flying around the track at 250, 260 miles an hour. Tires fly off, cars flip in the air, and they get up and walk away and get to drive again. So, yeah, there has been a hiccup. We have lost a tire. We've done the spin out. We've hit the retaining wall. But Trump showed you today, you shake it off, you dust off all the problems, put the Band-Aid on your face, do whatever you need to do, and you get back in that high-performance, fast-as-heck car, and you zoom, and you let people know, I'm here, and I'm in it to win it. And here it is, Tuesday morning, and the first thing I see Tuesday morning, very first thing, where is it? Where's my first thing I see Tuesday morning? And let me bring it up here. Yeah, this was the first thing I saw this morning. I could not believe it. Breaking, a major $75 billion AI and energy investment has just been announced for Pennsylvania. $75 billion. And I wrote, $75 billion to Pennsylvania, not a misprint. This man is out here saving America, and meanwhile, ... You know what the ... is. Why aren't conservative influencers screaming this from the top of their lungs at every single show? This is probably, and some of you guys may disagree because you don't get interested in the prosperity, you get mired in all the BS, and there's a lot of BS out there. I guess it's true, if it bleeds, it leads, because people are miring in the crap. And I'm thinking, you guys are missing it. You're not paying attention. This is arguably, and I say arguably, one of the biggest days of his second presidency. What Trump has done and what he's unveiling today, man, if you don't see this rocket ship and the boosters are starting to fire, you're not paying attention. And if you think prosperity is wrong, now might be the time to go look at some other podcast that's going to be crying about, oh my God, we don't have this and we don't get this, and this ain't here. This ain't here, man. If I see what I'm seeing today, if I see 75 billion going there, and I see the president talking about it, and then finding out that 75 billion isn't even the top of the food chain. Since that got posted, it is now close to 100 billion just today. And people are whining? I'm telling you, when I see people saying hundreds of billions of dollars being invested, especially where it's going into infrastructure and energy for AI, I got one thing.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
So what I'm going to show you, in the next few minutes until 2 o'clock, is we're going to go through all this stuff and what it actually means and what it could possibly mean to you. Because I think part of the problem is there aren't people out here breaking it down for you to say, hey man, this sounds great. They're throwing around numbers like hundreds of billions of dollars. Barry, what the hell does that mean to me? I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired. I can't even think about this gazillions of dollars that I'm hearing. It's so otherworldly. Can you break it down to what it means to me? And then possibly, how can I share in that prosperity? And I know some people get bored with me talking about it. Not bored, but they get upset because we're talking about it because they think it's a bad thing. And it's not. It's not at all. Before I get too far, I've got to talk to you about one of our partners today. You know, as we age, we are all dealing with more aches and pains. Our hair starts thinning out. Our skin develops wrinkles and looks less youthful. Even our nails start to get more brittle. I want to tell you about an amazing product that helps prevent some of these things from happening. It's Revive from Brightcore Nutrition. You guys know all about Brightcore with kimchi and everything else. Revive helps strengthen bones and joints. You know about my knee. The best thing about Revive is that it works from the inside out. It's also going to help you rejuvenate your skin, help you grow back thicker, healthier hair, and strengthen your brittle nails. Revive contains 5 types of collagen, a hyaluronic acid, biotin, and vitamin C. These ingredients work synergistically, that means together, to make you feel and look younger than you have in years. Revive is easy to mix into any beverage. I prefer mixing it into my 1775 coffee every day so that I don't have to forget and I don't worry about it. It's in the coffee. It tastes great. Because one thing I can tell you about this product is that it really, really works. It's all about, and let me just segue from that. Even my sisters, when I went up to Connecticut this weekend, they're like, how do you have so much energy? I'm like, I'm taking all kinds of stuff, all natural. All this stuff I'm taking is natural, but it's like, I got energy. Let's run. Let's go. Let's do this. Same thing with Revive. All natural, non-GMO, and 100% made in the USA. Whether it's reducing aches and pains or revitalizing your skin and hair, Revive does it all. Today, exclusive for Fanfare, get 25% off with the code BARRY by clicking that link below, right there, mybrightcore.com/Cunningham, or call my friends, which is better, at Brightcore for up to 50% off and free shipping. That number again is 888-418-6738. And I have to give you a little bit of a testimony, because as I'm walking through airports the last couple of days, you know, your gate is way the heck over here, and you got to walk halfway across the world to come get your at the baggage claim, and you know you got to do all that. And I actually felt good. I actually felt good walking all the way. The knee felt good. I'm like, this stuff is working. This stuff is working. So give them a call. So, how you guys doing today? Yeah, you ready for this stuff? Because I want to make sure you understand what you're about to see. So first and foremost, which I think is most important, let's go ahead and talk about what President Trump has been saying, because there are some things here that I think you guys need to take a look at. Okay, let me see here. What's the first thing I want to show you? All right, this is the first thing. I know BLS is in here. I think he is. He's going to like this. Happy Crypto Week. The House will soon vote on a tremendous bill to make America the undisputed #1 leader in digital assets. Nobody does it better. The Genius Act is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and all others who are trying endlessly to catch up, but they just can't do it. Digital assets are the future, and we are leading by a lot. Get the first vote done this afternoon. All Republicans should vote yes. This is our moment. Digital assets, genius clarity. It's all part of making America great again, bigger and better than ever before. We are leading the world, and we'll work hard with the Senate and the House to get even more legislation on this passed. You see, one of the problems with the whole Genius Act and everything that President Trump and what he's doing so fast that I really want you guys to focus on is that the messaging absolutely sucks. As a guy who's been in marketing and advertising, I can tell you this messaging sucks. Here's why. Most of the people who voted for President Trump, people like you, have no effing idea what this is all about. There should be constant videos and information being put out so that the disinformation doesn't cloud your judgment and you understand what's going on. Because when you don't have that information, that allows the people on the left and certain people on the right to complain about something in the Genius Act. Oh, it does this. Oh, it's going to change the digital currency. Oh, yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, the people in Congress don't even know what the hell this is. That's a problem. The people who have to vote on this, many of them don't even know how to edit a video. Never mind, what are we talking about? Happy Crypto Week. They don't own any Bitcoin. They don't own any XRP. Full disclosure, I don't own XRP, but I own Bitcoin. But if you don't know what this stuff is, if you don't even have any clue what AI and crypto can do, then you're completely lost. And then you get some people like, oh, well, Grok, I heard about Grok. Yeah, Grok came out with some Nazi stuff the other day, and it was I can't trust Grok. And then all of a sudden, people see a story like that, and they just, I don't want to hear nothing about it, man, because hey, I've seen Grok can make mistakes. Oh, Grok is woke. I've heard that. Did you know that Grok is like one AI? And yes, like even humans, things will make mistakes, but do you realize how much you can do with AI? Probably not, because not a lot of people are telling you. Not a lot of people are telling you that even if you're retired, if you're on a fixed income, how you can use AI to help you. Whether it's your schedule, whether it's to write a report at work, whether it's to, create a recipe, there are so many different ways. It is going to be, actually not going to be, it is becoming currently the thing that is going to fuel America. And too many people don't know anything about it. And now they're getting stuff thrown at them because Trump is moving so fast. They're like, I don't even know what the hell a chat GPT is. What in the hell is a Grok? We're on Grok 4.0? I log into X now and it says Super Grok? I don't even know what Little Grok was. And we're already at Super Grok. Well, instead of being afraid, that should tell you something. If it was Grok 1.0 like a year ago, and now it's Super Grok, and when you look at X, it says Super Grok, that should tell you how fast this is moving, and the longer it takes for you to acclimate yourself to it, the worse it's going to be. But you're not alone. There are so many people out there who have no clue what's going on, including influencers. It's not going to happen by itself. You have to take the initiative to learn it. You have to want to learn it. But the only way you're going to want to learn it is if you know how it affects you personally. Because otherwise you're going to sit in the bleachers and go, oh, they're down there using that AI stuff. I see what they're doing. It's not for me. I'm sorry. It's got the mark of the beast or something. I can't go there. But then you have to realize just about every aspect of your life, if it hasn't been infiltrated by AI? It will. Your prescriptions will be filled by AI. Your doctor's appointments and even your surgery eventually will be done by AI. Your car maintenance will be done or diagnosed by AI. You can't stop it. That genie is long out the bottle. So the only thing you can do right now is to realize personally how many things in your life are affected by AI. You get up in the morning and think. You have a cell phone? You got one of these, right? AI. It's right there. You watching television? Checking out a show? Hey, you might like this show. AI. You listen to Sirius in your car and it says, hey, you might like this song? Well, it knows it because AI. And those are small things. Hey, your dog hasn't come in for his vaccine. He's overdue by 2 weeks. AI. So those of you who say, I'm not into it, you're already in it. You may not realize it, but you're knee deep in AI right now. You know who does realize it? President Trump. That's why he's pushing for it, and he's ignoring all of the stuff that people are saying. He put this out as well. America has the power to lead the AI revolution and the leadership to make it happen. President brings industry leaders to Pittsburgh to leverage natural gas for powering the next tech revolution. So they're in Pittsburgh today. They're going to be talking about this. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of stuff. And when you start hearing some of the things these people are talking about, in addition to the money, it is absolutely mind-blowing. To me, it makes me drool because I want to just consume more and more and more. And I just want to continue, just tell me more about this. I know where things are going. I know even at 64 years old, this boomer dude here is going to make sure he knows as much about AI as he possibly can. I am going to use it because President Trump is saying we are going to lead the world in AI, and if he's doing it and personally investing in it, sounds like a good deal for me. That's the guy I voted for. Oh, absolutely. What else did he say? Which I want to get to you. I'll get to that later. All right, so, he did this. Howard Lutnick just talked about it. Great deal for everybody. Just made with Indonesia. I dealt directly with their highly respected president. Details to follow. So he's got to deal with Indonesia now. He is moving so fast that people don't realize all this stuff is happening, including his own supporters. Many of you have been, completely diverted away from all this good that is happening and focusing on stuff that, in a grand scheme of things, does it really matter? Now, before I go further into today's big day, I want to tell you something. There are people out there, and I mentioned this on my show before, who were screaming they needed to fire Pam Bondi. We heard it all. Not going to go over it again. Those are cries of ignorance. Those are people who have no clue what is going on. If you're following people who are screaming about Pam Bondi, she's not doing anything, all she does is go on Fox News, you might want to unfollow. It's making you look stupid. You got to be smarter than that. You got to be smarter than following people and joining the peanut gallery about, oh, she's not doing anything. Because every time I see somebody say that, I'm like, you really haven't done any research whatsoever, have you? Here's a case in point. So, yeah, I'm on time. All right. I bet you didn't know this. I bet you nobody you know who you followed has told you this. I would almost put money on it. No one in the media, even on the so-called conservative media outlets, have been reporting on this. Why? In my estimation, it's because it makes Pam Bondi look good and completely destroys their narrative. So, what I'm about to show you is information that you now can take and destroy narratives, if that's what you want to do. And as the last line I show there, she's friggin' undefeated. Undefeated. Very undefeated in what? Well, I love how this guy says it. He goes, since April 4th, SCOTUS has issued 15 rulings on 17 emergency applications filed by Trump. 3 of them were birthright citizenship applications, and they were all consolidated. So there were 17 emergency applications that the Department of Justice filed. You know, all those rogue judges. You notice you haven't been hearing too much about them lately. They're still doing it, but now it's become basically a speed bump. And it's become a speed bump because everybody's like, oh yeah, some stupid judge said something. Because they know what's going to happen as soon as Pam Bondi and the DOJ takes it to SCOTUS. What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is she's going to win. The Supreme Court has granted relief to Trump, found in Trump's favor, in all 15 rulings. She has won every single case. Not a few, not one here or there, every single one. She is undefeated. And yet you get people like this. And it just cracks me up because this is the kind of response you get from naysayers. Well, this is Todd Blanche's work, or lower level DOJ attorneys. Pam Bondi's the figure at the top directing traffic, not the foot soldier. You're an idiot. And as my response is, you really can't have it both ways. You can't blame her for one thing and not give her credit for the other. She's the head, the titular head of the Department of Justice. Everything that happens under the Department of Justice is under her auspices. She controls it all. And you can't say, hey, she's screwing up by not giving up this list and lying, and then say, oh, but that's not her. She didn't do the Supreme Court stuff. That's somebody else. That's what you're dealing with out here. That is what happens when you have naysayers who don't understand anything. To them, she's completely at fault for X, and she's given no credit for Y, even though it's the exact same thing. That's what makes people look really stupid. They're like, oh, she doesn't get any credit? Of course she's got an underling. She's not the one going to SCOTUS. And on the other stuff, you think she'd be the one that's rifling through the files and everything else to see what can... No, she's not doing it. She runs the department. Does the CEO of your company go down into the mailroom and say, hey, what are you guys doing down here? Only when he looks on a spreadsheet and something's wrong. You've got too many doomsayers in MAGA world. Too many people who aren't paying attention. And that's not me swiping anything under the rug. It's reality. It's absolute reality. The woman is undefeated in SCOTUS. She's been arresting people left and right. And you got some yahoos out here saying she needs to be fired. She's not gonna get fired. She's too successful to get fired. You don't like it? I don't know. Deal with it. I like to talk straight to you and show you stuff that probably, I bet, nobody has told you. I don't care how many hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, people don't like to tell the good news. It's always bad, bad, bad. Well, today's show is going to be good, good, good. Lots of good news. I want to show it to you, all of it. All right, so before I go further, let me take a few comments. What do you guys think? Trump is live right now? No, I don't think so. Not until 2:30 he's supposed to be. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look on my screen here. I do not show Trump live. Let's see here. She's mad. Too many people are using their heads for hat racks. I got one. Yeah, it was on the desk. Yeah. Were you paying attention? Yeah, I was. Not anymore. Not anymore. More important stuff. Sorry. More important stuff right now. You don't like it? There's a podcast you can whine to. They obviously don't know our president. Yeah, exactly. If Trump trusts her, so be it. That's it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Trump is not, let me just make sure. Somebody said Trump's on live. I'm going to check here real quick, make sure that's not the case. Because now I've got my two screens here and I can check. SV, if you're on, let me know. I don't see it. I don't see it live yet. No, not live. All right. Let's go. Let's find out and dig more into what is going on in crypto world and where the money is. Let's go.
And Innovation Summit. We know he's supposed to arrive around 2:30 this afternoon, along with multiple other people who are notable. We're talking about several cabinet members, as well as Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and world leaders in energy and AI for more than 60 companies around the world. Now, this event aims to highlight Pennsylvania's potential to lead the artificial intelligence revolution. So ahead of today's summit, Republican Senator Dave McCormick unveiled a $70 billion investment in AI and energy across Pennsylvania. This investment will include construction of data centers, which require a great deal of energy to power artificial intelligence. One project is set to target Aliquippa, and the president of RIDC says this investment will bring jobs, boost the economy, and even more. Take a listen, though, to what CMU's director of the Machine Learning Department had to say.
It's going to just make it easier and easier for future innovators, for future entrepreneurs to stay in the area, to build up companies in AI and other tech areas in the region, because the talent, the rest of the ecosystem that's needed to support those companies is already going to be here.
This summit is about catalyzing, among other things, $90 billion of investment and tens of thousands of jobs in Pennsylvania. Let me repeat that. Today we're going to announce $90 billion of investment and tens of thousands of jobs in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big deal. So I see some people talking about President Trump being live. He's on his way to this event, and as he often does, he's talking out by the helicopter. I'll bring it in and see if we can hear it, if it's not too loud here. He's taking some questions from the press. So let's listen in.
Inflation to increase last month. Do you think they had any role?
Well, we had very little inflation. I don't know. Who do you work for?
USA Today.
What?
USA Today.
Oh, well, they wrote me a beautiful article the other day, so I can't get angry at you. USA Today just wrote a very good article about me. What's that all about? So I can't get angry at you. No, there was very little inflation, as you know. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin. So we've had no inflation. All we have is we're making a fortune. We are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You saw we had a surplus of $25 billion last month, which we haven't had in many, many years. We are doing because I'm able to do it. Nobody else would be able to do it. We have tariffs going on because we want tariffs and we want the money coming into the United States. But more important than the money, there's two aspects to tariff. There's the money, which comes in. The other aspect is that rather than paying the tariffs, the country or the company will build in the United States, make their product in the United States, and that creates jobs. And I would say of the two, probably the more important to me is that. Yeah.
Are you on Ukraine's side now?
No, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on no.
Wow.
I want to. You know what the side I'm on? Humanity's side. I want to stop the killing of thousands of people a week. I want to stop the killing. I want the killing to stop in the Ukraine-Russia war. That's the side I'm on.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job. And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General has handled it very well.
The Attorney General on findings of that review?
On what? On the,
on the DOJ and FBI.
on what? On what subject?
Epstein.
Okay.
On Epstein. The review of the file. Attorney General Pam
A very, very quick briefing. Yeah.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appears in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw?
5.
And then what if California, New York, Illinois, and other blue states?
Yeah, well, that's okay too, but 5. I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and that'll be 5.
Are you calling for a complete redrawing of the congressional map?
No, just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also. Well, when he was in my office.
What did you tell him when he was in your office?
I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell is too late. He's way late. Interest rates should be coming down. We have a very, very successful country. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, and we don't. Jerome Powell has done a terrible job, and frankly, I don't think he could do a worse job. He's called everything wrong. So they had a report come out the other day, 71 different economists, and me. You know who was right? Me. Did you know that? I was right.
I did know, Mr. President. Are you going to appoint Mr. Powell to another term as Fed chair?
You must be kidding. You must be kidding.
What are your thoughts on Andrew?
That's a funny one coming. You had to waste a question like that. No, we are talking to the EU, and we're making progress. But look, we already have a deal with the EU. It's called the letter that was sent out. I think it was 30%. That's the EU. But we, at the same time, we are talking. No, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, your reaction to Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race. Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race.
I think he should stay. I think he has a shot.
Would you prefer him over...
Well, I don't want to say. I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat or an independent. I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's, he's running against the communists. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning. Steve, go ahead. We're going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, very respected, and we are going to have a meeting with probably in Aberdeen, and we're going to do a lot of different things, and we're going to also refine the trade deal that we've made. So we'll be meeting mostly with at probably one of my properties, or maybe not, depending on what happens. But we'll be in Aberdeen in Scotland, meeting with the Prime Minister.
Mr. President, give a message for the EU if they retaliate to your tariffs?
Well, I don't know how they can retaliate. They've made a lot of money. They've treated us very badly, but now they're treating us very nicely. And I think we'll end up, I think everybody's going to be happy with the EU.
What's your preferred? Is there any plans to meet with Pope Leo and introduce yourself?
Not a plan. I would do it. I have a lot of respect. I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. I like the Pope's brother, and I think I'd like the Pope. But the Pope's brother lives in Florida. I met him, and he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump, and I like him. How about you? Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin. So far, I've been very disappointed with President Putin. I've solved a lot of wars in the last 3 months, but I haven't gotten this one yet. This is a Biden war. It's not a Trump war. I'm here to try and get us out of that mess. Any messages for what? Yeah, go ahead. Do I have a what? For the people of Brazil? Are you from Brazil? He's going to trial now, right? When is that trial starting? When is the trial for Bolsonaro starting? When is it? How is it going? But they haven't found him guilty, have they? But have they found him guilty? No. Look, here's President Bolsonaro is a good man. I've gotten to know a lot of prime ministers and presidents and kings and queens. And I know him, and I'm pretty good at this. President Bolsonaro is not a dishonest man. He loves the people of Brazil. He fought hard for the people of Brazil. He negotiated trade deals against me for the people of Brazil, and he was very tough. And he was tough because he wanted to do a good deal for his country. He was not a dishonest man. And I believe it's a witch hunt, and it shouldn't be happening. And it's not that I know him look, he's not like a friend of mine. He's somebody that I know. And I know him as a representative of millions of people, Brazilians. They're great people. And he loves the country, and he fought hard for those people, and they want to put him in jail. And I think that's a witch hunt, and I think it's very unfortunate. And nobody's happy with what Brazil is doing, because Bolsonaro was a respected president. Very respected.
You say that you want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He's a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens. But Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
And tomorrow morning here in Washington, AOC is hosting for breakfast.
I'd love to be. I'd really love to go. I mean, I look forward to meeting them both. I know them both very well through what I read and through what I see. Look, he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see. And I don't think that race is over yet either. You do have a couple of people running against, and it'll be an interesting thing. Things are coming out about him which aren't good. And, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center, and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test. Anyway, have a good time. I like Dan Bongino, yeah.
Mr. President, do you think Putin respects you and takes your threat seriously?
Okay, that's the latest news right there. Hearing from the Commander-in-Chief at the White House on his way to Marine One.
Do you find it odd that he's heading out to Pittsburgh to go to this gazillion-dollar event, and very, very few of the questions were about what he's going to be doing? It's amazing to me. That's exactly what I'm telling you. People are not paying attention. They have their own road that they want to go down. They have their own motivation. What in the hell does a reporter waste the President of the United States time by talking about AOC and Jasmine Crockett? Are you flipping kidding me? Mr. President, yeah, go ahead. So what do you think about AOC? The guy's going out there and bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and doing something for the country that no president has ever done. And you waste your time asking him about flipping AOC. You should be banished and never allowed back. And see, one of the things I wanted to show you, there are people, big name people with lots of money, who are realizing I made a mistake. And one of those people is the former Ken Langione, former Home Depot founder. Listen to this.
Look, let me tell you right now, I am sold on Trump. In fact, I'll say this. I think he's got a good shot at going down in history as one of our best presidents ever.
That is a real turnaround because you didn't want to vote for him.
I tell you the reason. I want to tell you, I'm a believer. What I'm seeing happening is absolutely nothing short of a great thing. And there's a beat. People are walking with more bounce in there. It's all around.
I gave you quite a bit of grief.
Huh?
I gave you grief.
You give me grief?
I gave you grief when it was a binary choice. You're still complaining about Trump and it was a binary choice. It's like, are you kidding me?
Knowledge implies one thing. When you made a mistake, admit it.
Okay.
I think this guy is turning out to be a president.
Right.
One of the pilots on that miraculous trip to Iran that we wiped out, whatever the hell we wiped out.
Right.
He said, you're the only guy that in the presidency that would have done what you did. One of the pilots said that.
Yeah.
And you know what?
He's absolutely right. I'm sorry the sync on that wasn't looking right. But he is surprising people all over the place. They're like, you're actually doing what you're saying. Yes, I'm doing it. What's really funny about that is everybody saw that he told, Trump did, they saw that Trump gave Putin a 50-day notice. You got 50 days to fix this problem here. Do you think after all this stuff you've seen in the last couple of weeks, that when Trump says, you got 10 days, you got 50, do you think at this point people are like, oh crap, he means it. He actually means it, doesn't he? You know, the red line, if you cross the red line, you go, it's going to be, and then the red line gets erased. Well, Iran found that out worse than anybody else wants to find out. You got too much. You got 60 days. Get it done in 60 days. You don't want to be there. 62 days, 63 days, boom, boom, boom. Hey, Putin, you got 50 days. And so at this point, we have a president who, when he says he's going to do something, you can't sit back and go, it's Obama or Biden. Yeah, they're just talking out of their buttocks. No, you actually have to think, is he? Would he? Nah, he wouldn't do that, would he? And that hesitation is all it takes for someone to come to the table and make a deal. We're seeing deals happening on a scale that no president has ever done. And you get people like Ken Langone here, who used to be the founder of Home Depot, is like, I was wrong. He's killing it. He is absolutely killing it. And then we got people over here talking about that, this GOP person was in Qatar dancing. I saw that on the plane. I'm like, seriously? Is that what we're talking about? Let's continue what's going on today, because the craziness that I see, even some people in the chat here, I'm not even going to respond. You're on the wrong channel.
Today, what we're talking about is an announcement, as you noted, $25 billion focused in two areas. One, building data centers in Northeast Pennsylvania. We'll talk about it a little later in the formal announcement, but we've identified several sites that we've secured to build large data centers, which we think is critically important. And then also, and Tag, the co-CEO of QTS, is here. We're also going to make an announcement with a utility here in the state to build a large number of potential generation plants, natural gas. And so what we're thinking about and what makes us so excited about this area is the idea that you can co-locate the data centers directly next to the source of power. And that's really the special sauce here, is being able to put these things together, because building transmission lines, building pipelines, that's really difficult. So if we can do the two in one place, and that's the advantage here. The other advantage, I'd say, of this state, obviously the intellectual capital, Carnegie Mellon University, the University of Pennsylvania, where I went. And I would say, and it's really important what you guys have done here, is the bipartisan support in this state for digital and energy infrastructure.
That guy just casually said, yeah, we're going to spend $25 billion doing this. We're going to spend $45 billion doing that. And as he's talking, as the numbers are coming out of his mouth, he's telling you what the plans are. We're going to build this data center. We're going to build liquid natural gas thing. We're going to fuse them so this can power this, so this can do this. And we're going to need people to run all of this stuff. And you're thinking, well, I don't live in Pennsylvania. How does that help me? Because this isn't the last of it. It is going to continue. The largesse, I guess would say the word, the largesse of this entire project is national in scope. Today it's Pennsylvania. Next week it might be Florida. Week after that it might be Texas. It's going to keep growing. How do I know it? Because that's what it takes to do all of this. And so you're going to see people who know looking at this thing and going, okay, where's the next plan? So you're a realtor, a commercial realtor in Florida. You're a commercial realtor in, I don't know, Texas. And you're thinking, hey, there's some empty land over here. You know what? That would be really cool. We could build this. We could give them like 50 acres to build the power and another 50 acres to build the data center. Mark is supposed to come on at 2 o'clock. He's not here yet. So I'm going to go into the next segment. But these data centers aren't what you're thinking. People think, and Howard Lutnick, who I love, explains what a data center. A data center is run by these chips. Do you know what an AI chip is? An AI chip, I'll let Mark even say it, some of them can be as big as a Buick. We're not talking like the little SIM chips that go in the back of your phone. These chips are almost car or truck size. The small one can be like a refrigerator, a small range. This is one chip. Now imagine if you need, I don't know, 1,000 chips. How big of a facility this would be. And so some of you guys are probably thinking, well, if AI is going to be doing all this, what do you need people for? Because once it's built, it's going to just run itself for the most part. But what I think people are missing is it's going to continue to cause more opportunity. So what do you mean by that? So, of course, if you're building it, you got a job. And then they continue to build, you're going to have a job as you learn how to help construct these things. Then, once the power is there, and once the data center is there, what do you think they're going to do with it? They're going to help businesses expand. So the more that the businesses can expand, and I'll talk to Mark with this, because that's a big question people have. If AI is going to be doing anything, what are we going to be doing? Well, at this point, that puck is where you need to go to and say, okay, now I'm not bound by any limitations. You know, for instance, I went up to Connecticut and I had to broadcast the show, and I'm worried if I have enough power, wink, wink, power, if I have enough bandwidth. The hotels don't have enough bandwidth. They can't bring in enough stuff to actually have everybody in the room have 1 gigabyte service. So if nobody in a hotel can have that kind of service, that limits them. Now, just imagine everything you can do. I'm going to let Mark talk to you about this. He logged in and now he got off. There he is. Mark's coming in. Once he gets everything set, we'll talk a bit about that before Trump comes on at 2:30. But that tape you saw of Trump was him getting on the plane, or actually Marine One, to get to the airport to fly to Pittsburgh. So that was tape delayed. But if Mark is all set, Mark, can you hear me? Give me a nod if you're ready. Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and, you know what? This would be a good time. Metals. If you guys are in the market, you understand how things are going, where this puck is headed, now would be the time to get your ducks in a row and also give you the time to give a hedge in case things go off the rails. So listen to my friends from Lear Capital. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. All right, everybody. I want to introduce you to Mark Beckman. Mark Beckman, you can find him on X here at Mark Beckman. He's the CEO of DMA United, senior fellow. I always wanted to be a fellow. Emerging technologies at NYU, adjunct professor at NYU, best-selling author. He's got a brand new book or I don't know if it's brand new, but he has a book out called Some Future Day, and he got the chance to interview Melania Trump. And if you guys haven't seen that, you might want to go take a look at that video. It's pretty awesome in terms of, I think he spent like an hour talking to Melania. So we're going to bring him on right now. Mark, you there?
I'm here, Barry. It's great to see you. How are you today?
Good, man. You sound perfect. I'm just checking your sound levels. So before we get into it, do me a favor and tell me about your book. The book is called Some Future Day, and how you had an opportunity to go ahead and interview Melania Trump. She's so elusive.
I'll start with the book. So I have a copy. It's a cool cover. I hope you like it, Barry. The book is called Some Future Day, How AI is Going to Change Everything. And obviously, it's apropos to our conversation today. It's going to change Pennsylvania and American industry in a major way. But what I wanted to do with the book, and the book on Amazon for AI, for robotics, and cryptocurrency, Barry, and it's sold out on Amazon and it's sold out on Barnes & Noble. And the reason why is this is for the average person. This is not like a deep tech book. If you're a small business owner and you want to learn, for example, how you can leverage artificial intelligence to create real value for your company, for your family, or your community, what I do in Some Future Day is I literally list all of the tools that you could use. So if you're an entrepreneur in the creative fields, in finance, medicine, I get into all of the relevant topics, but for the average regular beginner. And I provide them with tools that they could use today affordable tools for generative AI as well as for data analytics.
All right,
and I break it all.
I got to stop you, Mark. I hate interrupting people, but you're going to have to really bring it down from where you are at the professor level. What is generative AI?
Okay. So really the best two tools that people could use today as it relates to artificial intelligence is generative AI and data analytics. On the generative side, essentially you could think in terms of content creation. So let's say you're a small business owner and you want to launch a new logo, a new ad campaign, or even design a new product. What generative AI will do for you is through the simple text prompt, you write in, I would like to create a new product for Fanfare. I want it to be, let's say, a bottle of water. What generative AI will do is they'll create the image of the bottle of water for you, a video ad campaign for you, or even a print photorealistic ad campaign for you, Barry. So generative AI allows for you to do that. And what I do for the average beginner is in my book, I show all the links and I name all the key companies that they could go to for script writing, for music creation, for ad campaigns and beyond. That's what generative AI does, Barry. It's that part of the business. All the sexy stuff that people see, right? The images, the photos, the videos, that's generative AI.
Right. Okay. All right. So now you got the analytic part.
Data analytics is a great tool. It's going to be totally revamped. If you're, again, a small business owner and you know the big companies that you're competing with are using teams of data analysts, right? And they're running, it's costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars to get in a competitive edge as to what trends are happening, what products will sell first, what's not selling. Well, now what data analytics on the AI side does is it allows for like a small business owner to look at, let's say, the entire customer shopping experience from before you know whether or not that individual wants to buy a product to post-product acquisition and returns. We could figure out through analyzing data with artificial intelligence, where should it be positioned on your website to increase the amount of sales? What product could I be launching now because it's trending in the marketplace? How can I communicate better? Communication A isn't working with an ad campaign. Communication B would be better. The data analytics piece of AI gives the small business owner the opportunity the first time to compete with the big guys with the deep pockets.
Now, one of the problems I have, not problems, but the makeup of the people in our community is somewhat older. Some people feel overwhelmed. They feel like they're not at a point where they can even use AI and how it can benefit them. Even a retired person, somebody living even on a fixed income. I don't think enough messaging has been given out there as to what somebody like that could begin even doing to take advantage of the AI. Are there things that people that age who have limited capacity can begin to do to take advantage of the AI opportunities?
So Barry, my parents are actually part of your audience. These are two individuals. My mom's in her 70s. My dad is in his 80s. They're retired, and they're still trying to figure out how to optimize the wealth that they accumulated for their entire lifetime. So what I did was first, and like probably a lot of people in your audience, they're a little intimidated by the concept of artificial intelligence. People don't know where to start. So a very simple place to start is with AI search. So think about Google, but now it's much better. If you really think about it, Barry, I'm curious what your opinion is. Google is a substandard product today. It's really pushing advertising in your space, right? Like you don't want that advertising, but it's pushing it right into your space. And then you have to do the legwork and click the links and read the articles and figure out if it's good. Now with AI search, let's say for one of those individuals in your audience, they want to figure out what would be a good business plan over the next 5 years as it relates to wealth management. I can't afford to hire a big wealth management person at UBS, but I want to figure out, I want to do it with AI. They could go into an AI search engine similar to Google, but now with AI, you could share all of the data, show me if I have $100,000 that I want to invest and I want to do it conservatively, what would be the plan? And establish when I should allocate those resources. So with Search AI on platforms like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, even DeepSeek, one has the ability to get all of that in the format of a report, not like Google where you have to read all the articles, a report with links back that show how the AI made these conclusions. It's a great place for your audience to start, Barry.
I've used Perplexity. I've used, obviously, Grok. I've used as well Gemini, even Bing to
Gemini's
a certain extent. But one of the things that just happened, I think it was yesterday or no, yesterday was Sunday. I forget the day's Friday. Was it came out that Grok and the Defense Department are doing some type of deal. How is that going to work? How are they going to let Grok get into the Department of Defense?
Well, look, Barry, the truth is this. Artificial intelligence is going to radically alter our economy and our society within the next 3 to 5 years. The reason being is it's going to serve as an underpinning across all business sectors, including defense. In fact, one of my clients is one of the lead companies in the drone business, and it's just blowing up. So now, as it relates to artificial intelligence and defense, there are several different tools. Since I mentioned drones, if you don't mind, I'd like to start there.
Go ahead.
Drones are interesting because people think about it as attack only, right? So these are drones that you might see in Ukraine, in Iran, in the Middle East, right? But there are other values too. For example, search and rescue. For example, border defense and reconnaissance. Local police departments are going to start to save lives of police officers that might not want to approach a hostile situation, a car, a building, and whatnot. So from an AI perspective, the defense unit under Pete Hegseth is going to radically change. So that's like with regards to weapons. You'll see drones, you'll see drone swarms, autonomous vehicles in the air. So think jet fighters without a pilot, in the sea as well. Now, on the flip side, our veterans, you probably have a lot of veterans in the audience. They've had a less than fair experience with the government as it relates to accessing the benefits that they could have. It's my understanding that they'll often take several rounds of reaching out to a representative to figure out how to access their benefits. If they have another problem, it's been a painstaking process for the American veterans. Well, now with artificial intelligence and this is where Elon, I think, is going to play a significant role, honestly. He's going to be able to limit that terrible interaction that veterans have with regards to a bot or speaking with a person on the customer service side, where now we'll be able to automate the entire customer experience for our American veterans. So this will give them access to the monies and support, medical support, whatever it might be, much quicker, much rapidly than, much more I can't speak English, much quicker than what they're experiencing now. It's going to be good. The other thing, finally, is that artificial intelligence will provide a link as an underpinning across a lot of these government agencies, and it will allow for us to create more efficiencies because we'll quickly, better than humans, will quickly create data points in common, so that will save money for the American taxpayers.
Yes, absolutely. So speaking of money, I mean, we're going to talk a little bit more about this big thing they're having in Pittsburgh, but I recently heard that, and I don't know if it's true, you can tell me, that somebody wrote a script and they trained a bot and they turned $1,000 into $50,000 in just 30 days. Number one, how'd they do that if it's true? And then is the SEC going to do something to limit people from doing some sort of script that they can put together to pick the right stocks?
Yeah. Well, I think, look, it's interesting if you think about it, starting with your last question, the latter. My background is law. I'm actually admitted to the bar in New York, New Jersey, and D.C., although I don't practice. So please don't take this as legal advice. But the reality is artificial intelligence is a great tool. And if it could give an individual investor a benefit, an advantage, why not? It's going to provide advantages in so many different ways, including like education, right? It's going to have a flattening of education. And this could apply to investment as well. If you want to use artificial intelligence to look at sector trends, to look at different ways to allocate your resources, it's going to be a benefit. There's no doubt about it. There are people that are using AI and creating tools now to ramp that up. So I'm not surprised about, I think I read the story actually that you're talking about. The story that I read actually looked like it was a little bit of an advertisement for the AI company. It came across that way to me, but a lot of people could be deceived with that. I think that people will need to beware of what they're reading now and what they're seeing because of AI. I get into that in the book too with regards to deep fakes and all. But there's no doubt, Barry, like artificial intelligence creates several efficiencies for companies that are playing in the stock market and investing, and it's going to help create more value for the individual and for the small business owner. There's no doubt about it.
And my wife, she likes to she paints watercolors, and for an idea of what to paint, I had said, hey, use Grok and see what it comes up with, some sort of image that you can decide you want to paint. And the first time she did it, she's like, this sucks. And I'm like, the magic is in the script, the prompt. Depending on what you ask and how you layer it, instead of just saying, can you show me a hot air balloon, and it's just a balloon. Now you want to say, show me a hot air balloon with a blue sky, over a meadow, with horses in the background. Is your book able, or does there anything in your book that tells people how to develop scripts or prompts rather? Because I think that there's a new job coming up called a prompt engineer. Tell me more about prompts.
Yeah. So Barry, you're hovering over a real advantage. Now, what's interesting is that the experts in the creative industries, you're talking about your wife as a painter, but think filmmakers, songwriters, copywriters, if they could take the skills that they've been using and developing for their careers as it relates, for example, let's say they want to manipulate a camera, right? You know exactly the type of film you want, you know the speed you want, all of these different issues come to life. Now, the exactness of a text prompt ends up giving an output that's real special and unique. So if your wife, for example, prompted to use a specific brush, a specific size brush, a specific color of paint, it will be more realistic. Now, it's interesting. In my book, I get into this. I'm curious what you think, Barry. I get into this tension between machine versus man, particularly in fashion, art, music, sports, and entertainment. Who's better at creating a song, artificial intelligence or Bob Dylan? Who's better at creating a painting, Grok, artificial intelligence, or Picasso? Where are we going with that world? Now, I struggled with that issue a lot. And at the end of the day, my conclusion, and I give all of the tools in the book. So if people are curious how to create that painting you're talking about, the tools are in here. But my conclusion is that man beats machine. And the reason why, Barry, is because your wife, the artist, she has what machine doesn't have.
Right.
Soul. She knows what the people in her family, the people in her community, the people in this nation are feeling emotionally, and she could connect with them. Now, AI might be great at creating that watercolor. It might look good to some people, but it will not have the ability to emotionally connect with the soul of her audience ever. So to me, man beats AI all the time.
Some people, even like they're doing a term paper or something, the lazy person will take it and copy it. The soul person, the person who wants to put their own input it and says, okay, now I've got something in front of me and I can use this to accentuate and put my own spin on this thing. And so I think I know exactly what you're saying right there. As I'm looking at people like goodbye creativity. See, I get that a lot. People say goodbye creativity, and it's not, because you still have to use your mind. If you're gonna, like with Robin, if she's gonna paint something before AI, she would think and just look up and try to imagine it. Now she can tell the screen, give it to me, and then it's almost like having a model, like having a vase in front of her. So that I don't think it does away with the creativity. What's your feeling on that?
Barry, listen to this. So my book opens up with a section called The Age of Imagination. And what I believe is the individual who wants to enter in the creative field. Let's say, I'm sure you know somebody, Barry, that wants to be a film director. I'm sure you have dinner and people are like, I got this great idea for a movie. Barry, how do I get it produced? Right? So many people. Now, that individual, that dreamer, whether it's someone in your audience today or a 16-year-old here in New York City with me that's sitting in her apartment, they could use artificial intelligence to compete directly with the Hollywood studios. No longer do they need multi-million-dollar budgets to create scripts, to have a set, to hire Hollywood actors and actresses. They could go in, the individual dreamer, and create their own film today with the tools that I provide here. So we're going to have a leveling of the creative industries in a major way. It's going to give the individual dreamer the ability to fight the deep pockets of legacy industries, Hollywood, publishing. Think in terms of the fashion industry. How many friends do you know? They'd be like, my whole life I dreamed of being a fashion designer. Well, now they could compete with LVMH and Kering and all the major companies. So I think there's going to be a real leveling.
See, I don't think people, like when I was talking before you got on, I was like, people are afraid of AI. And because what you're saying in your book, what you're saying is more than what the government and economists are even telling people. Hey, we're going to be the leader in AI. Why? What's it do for me?
But the truth is that it's going to wipe out jobs. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think you mentioned when we started, I own an award-winning advertising agency. My clients are the NBA and Tom Ford and Pepsi and Nelson Mandela, incredible clients, right? But the truth is that with artificial intelligence, a lot of the white-collar industries, law is going to be hit. Architecture is going to be hit. Advertising is going to be hit. But with this creates new job growth. People were afraid when the cars, automobiles were replacing horses. But think about the ecosystem that came out of it. We'll see something similar with AI in years to come.
So before we go, tell me a little bit more. I'm assuming you would know this as well. As we're doing this conference today, and they're talking about the gazillions of dollars are being invested into data centers and power. Can you describe, because most people never get to, what exactly is a data center? And yes, it'll employ a lot of people to build it, but once the data center is gone, what are going to happen to those people? Or how are we going to sustain the different areas that are going to be usurped by all this data?
Barry, what President Trump is doing in Pennsylvania today is magnificent for our country. What he's doing is unlocking American prosperity and American ingenuity. And it's true. It started shortly after he took office with an executive order saying, basically, let's deregulate artificial intelligence and let the spirit of American entrepreneurs flourish. It's going to create, in my opinion, AI coupled with cryptocurrency will be the largest percentage growth sectors. This is just my opinion. Again, I'm not giving any advice here, but I think it will be the largest percentage growth sector in the next 3 to 4 years. Now to answer you directly as it relates to these hyperscale data centers, these labs that they're talking about in Pennsylvania, the AI ecosystem, in simplistic terms, is comprised of 3 components, Barry. You have the software piece, which we touched on, generative AI, data, that's Grok, OpenAI, Perplexity, and beyond. Then you have the second piece of it, which touches in Pennsylvania, power. There's an enormous amount of energy that's needed to run these AI systems. And the third component, which is also a critical part of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, is the creation of the hardware piece of it, hyperscale data centers. Now, President Trump just came back and brought $2 trillion in new revenue to America from his trip to GCC. And they were building these types of entities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. It's great that he's doing this in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a great market, right? If you're a Trump supporter, you know we need Pennsylvania, and they have great access to energy. So this is part of Trump's agenda. He's going to unlock fossil fuels to help run these hyperscale data centers. He's going to create jobs because what these hyperscale data centers do is they're critical at training the LLMs, right? And then also fielding inferences. So when I was saying earlier that
Hold on. You just gave another term. Please tell everybody what an LLM is, because I know that'll come up as well.
Okay, sorry. So to back up, so it's my pleasure. So a large language model, an LLM, is basically what these concepts of ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, and DeepSeek are. Basically, what we do to get an LLM, a large language model, is these companies, Gemini 2, which is owned by Microsoft. For example, Microsoft, to train its LLM, which is named Gemini, takes an entire corpus of data that humanity has created, books, newspapers, even like YouTube shows, and they put it all into the LLM so that it has a vast amount of knowledge across different areas, from science to math and beyond. That's how these LLMs are trained. That's how they become smart. That's where the knowledge comes from. So now we're going to have to keep training these LLMs, right? That we have new information every single day, whether it's new breaking news or new scientific breakthroughs.
Mm-hmm.
The LLMs need to stay on top of things.
Right.
So that's what training is. Now, that takes a ton of energy. And that's what Pennsylvania is going to be great at, because we're going to unlock fossil fuels, and I think coal mines too, you'll see, are going to be used to power these hyperscale data centers.
So let me ask you this, and we're going to have to jump here because he's going to be going live in this event pretty soon. The part where people fall apart with AI is they've seen the movie Terminator. They've seen something. Can you explain to people, if there is an explanation, how to make sure the machine doesn't begin taking over humanity?
I'll give you a real, first I'll give you my philosophy, and then I'll quickly give you a real hands-on approach. So we need to think of artificial intelligence like we do, Barry, of our children. We need to treat them with care and in a responsible way, because these are really powerful. They are going to provide us, they're already providing us with groundbreaking advances in medicine, but also in weaponry. So when you talk about the movies, you're scared that it's going to turn on us and launch nuclear missiles at our cities and kill everybody in the streets. So we need to train the LLMs and the AIs in a way that's careful, responsible. Think about it. If there are bad actors, it could be a bad situation, right? Like a gun doesn't kill someone. It's the person holding the gun. Same thing with AI. If it's a bad actor, a bad country, it could become dangerous. Now, here's the good news. I mentioned earlier the drone company that I do quite a bit of work with. They are at the top of the game. So what that company has done is they've built in kill switches into their software. So if the drone, for some reason, is accessed by a bad actor, now they can't launch swarm drones to attack your city, Barry, or my city. It could get killed really through the software. So we're going to be safe, but people need to be responsible. People need to have morals and ethics. We can't only rely on the government. You mentioned the First Lady earlier. The First Lady pushed through something called the Take It Down Act, which protects our next generation of children from deep fake porn created by AI. But we got to start and be vigilant at the family level. We need to make sure that we get back to morals and ethics, and then we could rely on the corporations and the government, but start at home.
It's such a daunting thing when people look at it, but I look at it the other way. With the opportunity that it's going to provide to us almost requires somebody to say, you've never been here before. You weren't, most people weren't here when the car came, like you mentioned, the car versus the horse. You weren't here when the radio got usurped by the television. So now we're going to see in real time a new technology being introduced, and I think it's incumbent upon people to understand you have to immerse yourself into it, or you're going to get left behind. So the last question I have for you is, in writing your book and coming up with all the different things that you had to make AI accessible, what is the number one thing that somebody could do, besides buying your book today? What's the number one thing somebody could do to get their feet wet in AI?
Yeah, that's a great question, Barry. I think what I mentioned earlier is what I'm going to stick with today. I suggest that your audience starts simple. Use AI search engines. It's incredible. It's an amazing experience. You can write memorandums letters, scripts. You can create emails. Use an AI search engine like ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok just to simply get your feet wet in a safe way. You can't make a mistake. You can't hurt yourself. It's an easy way to do it. It's an affordable way to get into it. And from there, your eyes will open and the world will really open differently.
What's your favorite?
Well, I use all of them for different reasons,
right,
to be honest with you. Like, so you mentioned Grok. I love Grok, but specifically for news. And I think like you, I tend to lean towards the right. I'm a Republican. So I know that that's going to support my political vision too. So I'll use Grok for like up-to-date, in-the-minute news. It's more valuable to me for news to find out what's happening in the news of the day than the legacy news outlets themselves.
So what would you put in it? I'm sorry, I said last
I'll
question. I always do that. I always say last question, and then somebody says something. I got another question because I'm trying to think what people watching would think, and I'm like, okay, so I open up Grok.
I'll give you a real life. I'll give you a real life today. What I did today. So I've been in business meetings all day long, and one of my close friends is the Congresswoman from Florida, Maria Salazar, and I know that she was stepping out at noon today and putting a speech together surrounding, this one of the nation's biggest issues, immigration. But I didn't get to watch it live. So what I did was I went into Grok because I know in real time, live, I could catch it. And I simply put into the prompt box, what went on with Maria Salazar today? What happened with her idea for dignity? And it was able to rattle off a real-time answer. Which is phenomenal. I couldn't go and find that information on NBC News or even on Fox News. So quickly, it will bring together all of those legacy media outlets too for me in the answer. But I'm able to in real time get the real news and also public sentiment on these issues. It's great. If I want to create content, by the way, like your wife, I prefer to use ChatGPT and Perplexity. I think they're amazing. And one more thing, if you use, I mentioned DeepSeek a few times, I would say buyer beware to your audience. It's a Chinese platform that has a lot of risks to it. It's very popular right now. It went to #1 on the App Store, but there's a lot of risk. So don't start with DeepSeek. Start with Perplexity, ChatGPT, Grok.
Right. All right, Mark.
Or Gemini.
The book, Gemini. The book again is Some Future Day, and also he's got an hour-long video with Melania. Check that out. But if you're new and you don't even know where to start, or if you're even been in it, it's still decent for you guys to check that out. Mark, thank you very, very much. We're about to listen to see what President Trump is going to do with these gazillions of dollars out in Pennsylvania. But wait a minute. I was saying it earlier. What's the future development of these data centers? I mean, they're talking today in Pittsburgh. Do you see this thing just becoming a burgeoning business or industry?
For sure. The hyperscale data centers are an amazing area of growth in this country right now. In fact, one of the first press announcements with regards to infrastructural support for the president came with Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Masa-san of SoftBank. And they're putting $500 billion into building these hyperscale data centers in the United States. Barry, look out today, your audience for Pennsylvania. You'll see people from the power industry, gas, fossil fuels talking. You'll see investment community talk about money being invested in the community. I think BlackRock is going to be there. And then you'll also see chip makers like NVIDIA. It's a great thing for our nation. It will push us forward in a great way. The other nuance is notice how Europe is really behind. Europe doesn't have the energy anymore. They cut their nuclear. They don't have access to fossil fuels. What Trump is doing is really giving us a huge advantage with regards to AI. So I bet you my prediction is you'll see leaders from these different areas. Remember what I said, 3 parts to the ecosystem: energy, hardware, software. I bet you'll see leaders from those areas talking today.
Well, Mark, thank you very much for taking the time. Perfect to come on. I mean, Ashley when she told me she had your book, I had no idea that today things were going to explode. So it just worked out perfect. So thank you very much. Again, hold that book up, Some Future Day on Amazon. Where's that book? There it is, Some Future Day. All right. Thank you, Mark.
Barry, thank you so much for having me. Really, it's an honor. I really appreciate it.
Have a great day. All right. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, that was Mark Beckman, author of Some Future Day. It basically is the book about AI that you can get into and get your feet wet with everything. Now, I understand Pam Bondi is talking right now, talking about the cartels or something, but President Trump is due on any minute. So I don't want to start that and then have to cut it. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to talk to some of you guys in a second. I'm going to make sure all the feeds are on, and then I'll be back in 90 seconds.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I'm looking to see what time President Trump is coming on. Pam Bondi is on right now, so maybe we can cut to that in a little while. But let's continue. Before I do anything, I want to take some comments. Let me know what you guys thought. Janet says she loves Grok. Very insightful interview. I'm glad you liked that. I'm glad you had an open enough mind to say where things could go and how it could, improve your well-being. Grok has an attitude. People are saying, Mr. Barry is great, full of information. Yeah, because today is the AI day. Today is where President Trump is going to be doing all this stuff. So he's supposed to be coming on, I believe, at about 2:45. So I'm waiting to see that when this thing goes live. Is Barry still? It's after. I don't know what that means here. Breaking. This is what SB was just talking about. Confirmed that she's not going anywhere and plans to stay as long as the president wants her here. I believe he has made that crystal clear. Oh, he made it crystal clear. He made it completely crystal clear. John says he uses Grok. Allison says, us boomers are on the way out. We don't matter anymore. It's all based on younger generations. Wow. We don't matter anymore? How am I going to tell Robin that? How am I going to tell her that everything we're doing right now is futile? The younger generation is taking over. You're watching a video with a boomer telling people that the boomers are going to get phased out. It doesn't matter anymore. Think about what you just chatted in our chat. Think about that. You're watching a boomer who's broadcasting from literally around the country. I just went up to Connecticut. I broadcast in a hotel room, and you know how many younger generation people couldn't do that? Yeah, there's a whole bunch that can, but you know how many can't? Let me tell you what, no one in that damn hotel could. What do you mean you need higher bandwidth? The internet looks fine here. No, your internet's like, you think high speed. High speed doesn't mean what you can watch. High speed means what you can send out. Have that conversation with some younger people. Hey, do you know what the upload speed is of your building here? All right, so President, it's funny. I can tell when it happens because boom, the light comes on over here, and then I start hearing the background music. You'll see what I mean here. Wait a second, let me just show you. What's really funny is while I was up in Connecticut, there was an event. And so while the event was on, we just did a normal, just turned it on. And it took an hour and a half before anything began. So let me show you this. This is crazy. So music is just playing, and it just started blaring out of here. I'm like, oh, okay, so it's getting ready. They got the podium, but they're testing. And so when I was in Connecticut, I had to just leave that on, and it was gone and then the screen would go black and say, yeah, it's coming up. And it was like for an hour later. So Ashley, I was telling her the reason why you never see that is because I'm talking, running my mouth, and at the same time I can monitor the feed to see what's coming up and everything else. So when he comes out, I can hit the button. That being said. But anyway, Allison, no, I don't care if you're a boomer or not. Do not think at this point that you're shut out from this. That's the last thing you should be thinking. You should at least try. Like I said, Robin, I can't even, well, some of you guys, you've been seeing some of the stuff she posts. She's just in there. She's a prompt nut at this point. Show me this, and this, and this. And she can then take it. She did something, her most recent picture is of looks like a Chinese, I don't know, dojo or something. And she had an idea, her imagination, and she said, what should it look like? What color? What's it going to look like if the sun is hitting it from the west? I mean, you can get, I have personally written prompts, no BS. I have written prompts that are that long. Because the more specific you can get, the more information that you'll get back. The other day when I did the show and I was talking about the special counsel, you saw the prompt. The prompt was about that thick in terms of the information I wanted it to spit back at me. So once you get comfortable writing prompts, you just can't say, can you show me a robin or a cardinal? And it's going to show you a little red bird. Can you show me a cardinal in a tree with azaleas behind it, with the sun coming from the east at about midday, with light snow? I don't know. I don't know what cardinals do. But you understand what I'm saying. The more you can give it, the more you're going to get back. All right, so. Marked, people don't appreciate things being forced down their throat. That's not ignorance. That's being wise. I'm not sure. Must be somebody you're talking to in the chat. Prompt is just using detailed word. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I guess people are asking what's a prompt. A prompt is like a recipe. Imagine you talking to me and you said to me, Barry, can you get me something to drink? What does that mean to me? Do you want water, milk, a beer, Johnny Walker? I don't know. All right, let me phrase it. Barry, can you get me an alcoholic beverage? Is that beer, Johnny Walker? Can you get me a scotch? Okay, what kind of scotch? See, the more detail you can go in. I'd like to have a drink. I'd like to have a scotch. I don't drink scotch, so I don't know what. I think Johnny Walker's whiskey. I'd like it in a highball glass. I'd like it to have two ice cubes. So the script is basically giving somebody information. Those of you who are parents know that, when you tell your kids to do something, they're going to take the easiest way out. Grok's going to do the same thing. Hey, did you do your homework? Yes. Did you do your math homework and can I see it? That's a little bit different. Because otherwise your kid's just going to say, yeah, I did it, and then be done with it. Google is AI. You've been using it for years, but it's gotten much different. A great prompt requires great specificity. Indeed. Writing, excuse me. Writing prompts is crazy powerful. No end to the possibilities. I'm telling you, those of you who haven't got into Grok, and maybe you don't want to pay, I understand that. Maybe try Perplexity. That's free. You'd be amazing. Some of you guys are like, what the hell is Perplexity? Perplexity AI. You can say anything you want. Here's a good example. Many of you guys travel. And you might want to say, used to maybe read a book about where you're going to go if you go in New York City. Not that you want to go to New York City anytime soon. Let's take someplace else. Miami. Okay, show me where all the places where I can do birding in Miami and blah, blah, blah. And as more you can tell, you're going to get a whole bunch of information back specifically for what you asked for. Me, I love sushi. Can you show me all the sushi restaurants in Connecticut in this zip code that are open on Thursday and Friday that serve California rolls? Boom. I can tell you that one because I actually did that one. And so now you know wherever you're going. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the answer for it. Can you find something with high-speed internet? Because they all say it, but they don't even know what it means. So just understand that. All right, so Chevis Ricos over there. Very great interview with Mr. Beckman. I'm retired and I love AI. Awesome. Perplexity. Let's see what else we got here. All right, so let me continue until Robin tells me, don't do it. Ashley says, don't do it. And then I can't help it because I see these things and I don't want to embarrass or cause anybody any problems. But imagine you don't know what to think. See, I appreciate what you're saying. I'd rather think for myself. But if you can't even think about it because you don't know it, what are you going to think about? See, I've never, ever, let's see, what else did I do this week in terms of serious application? There was a problem. I said it during the show. I was like, I'm having a problem. I'm getting feedback into my headset coming from the microphone I had when I was on the road. What steps should I take to eliminate the feedback? So I could have thought about that all myself all day long. But if I don't know, then it doesn't matter what I think. Well, maybe I should unplug it, turn it on, turn it on. No, in about 30 seconds I said, do this, do this, do this, hit this button, try this, but done. No feedback. So you can think for yourself, but if you don't know what you're thinking about, you kind of end up having a problem. Very next time you're away, try searching for hotels with broadband. I did, because they all advertise broadband, but they don't understand the other side. Many of you may not understand. When something says high-speed internet, most of the time, people who check into a hotel are doing it and so that they can watch movies on their iPad or their phones or anything else. So they need coming down. When you're broadcasting, you're pushing data out. I almost basically operate my own data center right here, a really small data center that you wouldn't believe how much bandwidth I have to push out a signal. And so you can go to Google speed test, and Google can test the internet connection in your house, how fast it is. And I posted a picture of what the hotel was. I'm like, I can't do anything here. I can do email, but I can't do anything. And then I figured it out. I think for myself, and I also enjoy using tools to dig into topics of interest. Yeah, most of you probably didn't know it, but you've had a search engine for life. Because my search engine before Google and stuff, it was my wife. She had the answer to everything. Every guy knows that your wife knows everything, right? Yeah. Hey, honey, what should I do about this? Oh, yeah, and then you had the advanced AI that used to be your mom and probably your dad. And then if you really wanted to go advanced, you asked the grandma, and they had a whole bunch of data you don't have. That's how I look at it. I don't know how to make certain foods. Who would I look at? Go look in a recipe book? See, my thought when you say think for yourself, I'm thinking, I'd like to try this food. That happened over the weekend too. My sisters and I, just to waste some time until he comes on, my sisters and I were like, remember when our grandma used to make this sauce that she used to put over stuff? And it was something she did from scratch. And so they all said we should try to search it and everything else. But see, AI can make that right now. I am building my own home server. You go. You definitely got to go. All right, so I'm going to keep going. I'm going to have this up in case he comes on, but I want to get through some of this before he comes on, because then you can get an idea as to what's coming up. So let's get going.
Which is a nice segue to this, because this morning President Trump, members of his cabinet, CEOs of energy and AI companies, they're all gathering in one place, Pittsburgh, for the first annual Energy and Innovation Summit. Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, good morning to you. Congratulations on what looks like an incredible event. Tell us what's going on in Pittsburgh, and then I've got about a million questions to ask you about all that's going on in AI and energy.
Yeah, well, listen, we're so excited about this. We are really creating something unique here in Pennsylvania today. There's never been a gathering of the CEOs of energy investing and artificial intelligence coming together to talk about how we win the energy revolution and also we win the AI revolution. And that crossroads is coming through Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh's uniquely positioned, Pennsylvania's uniquely positioned, because we have abundant energy, we have an incredible skilled workforce, we have incredible technologists and technology. We're here at Carnegie Mellon, where this is being hosted, and we've got the right leadership to move forward. So today, we've got about 60 of CEOs of the biggest companies in the world. We've got commitments of more than $90 billion of investment in data centers, in energy production, in transmission, in distribution.
So one thing you guys know about money is people with money like to keep their money. They don't like to blow their money. So these people have decided, based upon this innovation summit that they're about to have, they're putting $90 to $100 billion into this AI thing. The word investment should also tell you something else. They're not just taking $90 billion and setting it on fire. They are spending $90 to $100 billion with the idea that they're going to get a sizable return. So one of the things I've always done is I don't listen to naysayers. And that's why sometimes when people say chats, I don't want to listen to people who haven't done it. I don't want to listen to someone who tells me I can't build a house or buy a house or renovate a house and make money off it. If you've never done it, you can shrug your shoulders and say whatever you want, because it doesn't really matter. You want to surround yourself with people who are successful, who have actually done it. And there's people who don't like, what's the guy's name? Grant Cardone. And they say Grant, when he talks about real estate, keeps trying to sell all these books. He's a what's the word? Grifter. Well, Grant just bought a apartment complex here in Boca for $230 million. And almost every dime of it was crowdfunded. Some of you guys are thinking, what the hell is crowdfunding? Well, you basically ask people, hey, you want to get involved in this deal? Send me money. And they're going to be partners in a huge apartment complex here in Boca. So I want to talk to people who have done it, because I could say, hey, Grant, show me how you did this crowdfunding thing. Rather than somebody goes, crowdfunding stuff's a grift. They're all grifters. They're just grifters. See, once you learn who to listen to versus not to listen to, your life will change. So understanding as you're going to hear today, I don't know how long it's going to last, because like he said, there's 60 people, 60 titans of industry putting in nearly $100 billion into something. And we have people in this chat undoubtedly are like, that's not for me. Think about that for a second. These people are there in their suits and ties and everything else, spending $100 billion. And you got people in chats and online going, it's not for me. And in investing in skilled workers and programs that help the next generation of Pennsylvanians be able to meet the demand of what's arguably the next industrial era, next industrial revolution.
Let me start, though, with energy. I do want to get to the workers piece, because I do think that there's a lot of concern about what AI ultimately might do to the workforce. So you may have a more optimistic view, I don't know, but we've heard lots of different things there. On the energy...
That wasn't me sneezing. That was somebody on their set.
Front, what kind of energy are we talking about? And to what extent do you have a concern that AI, frankly, just takes up too much energy, and how we should even think about that?
Well, we have a bountiful energy in Pennsylvania, as you know. We're the #2 energy producer in the country and the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. And I'm someone who embraces all forms of energy. We have a huge nuclear installed base. We need to get back to building nuclear capability. We need to frack and get this natural gas out of the ground. And I support all forms of energy, although I'm very much opposed to some of the subsidies that I think created a lot of distortions in the markets. So we need to embrace all forms of energy. And certainly we are in a race to lead in AI, and AI is incredibly energy intensive. So by some estimates, our energy demand will triple over the next 15 years. The best way to make sure consumers aren't affected by that is to ensure that we have lots of supply.
Senator. So one of the things you're not going to hear are, you may hear a couple because they're in Pennsylvania and they'd be foolish to talk down, but other than the Democrats who might just get affected by what's happening here, you won't hear this anywhere. You won't hear, I doubt you hear it on MSNBC. I doubt you hear it on CNN. You won't be hearing it from Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's down here running around the Everglades trying to tell people that it's too hot outside and too cold inside. They don't make any sense. The world is flying past them. I mean, shh. And all they're doing is try to impede traffic. And I'm trying to show you, and hopefully you hear from these people today, that this thing indeed, as President Trump said, is going to take off like a rocket ship. In fact, I don't think we can say any longer is going to. It has begun. We have now at booster ignition $100 billion today. In fact, it's actually going to get bigger. AI. I was talking about SB. SB sent me this, which is absolutely incredible here. In addition to everything else, Google says, hey, we're in. We're putting our chips in. Google drops $25 billion on AI and power-hungry data centers. Google is throwing down $25 billion to build data centers, quote, across the biggest power grid in the United States. They're also upgrading hydropower plants in Pennsylvania to keep the AI lights on. Even Trump's in Pittsburgh talking AI right now. Northern Virginia is already the world's top data hub, and it's about to get even bigger. 25 more billion. That's a lot of jack. I don't care how you're striking it. These people aren't putting out $1 million here or $1 million there. They're putting out tens of billions. Man.
Speaking of AI and speaking of that race in large part is taking place with China. And the big news this morning is that NVIDIA is going to be selling its H20 chips to China. These were chips that historically, or I shouldn't say historically, but even just a couple months ago, had been banned by this administration, in part because there were genuine national security concerns about China in this race with us. It appears now that Jensen Huang had a meeting with the president, who you're going to see, and whatever took place at that meeting may have resulted in a change of heart about all of this. Has it changed your heart about whether these chips should be sold in China?
Well, listen, I had an opportunity to meet with Jensen, and I've talked to the president about this, and I used to oversee 20 years ago the export control area in the U.S. government. We have to do two things at the same time. We have to maintain a leadership position in the most advanced chips. We cannot be exporting the most advanced chips in the world. We need to have the talent that ensures that the United States and perhaps some of its closest allies are the beneficiaries of that. But we also participate in a global market where we need to make sure the companies that are producing them are able to get access to global markets. And if we don't do that, we're going to have a Huawei kind of situation where there's going to be an alternative. So it's a balancing act. The first generation, next generation, most advanced chips have to be in the hands of the United States, but we're also going to have to recognize the world's moving. And if we can have U.S.-based companies, U.S.-friendly companies that are in the leadership role, they're going to be able to need to sell the next generation, not the leaders, but some of the lesser, most advanced to other countries.
The key. So one of the questions that may be going through your mind, or should be going through your mind, seriously going through your mind, is we're 6 months into the Trump second presidency. almost a week to go. It'll be the 21st when he was sworn in. 6 months. And we're seeing things happening that we've never seen in this country before. Not, sort of like, or, he could have never seen this. We are pioneers. We are breaking grounds. President Trump is trailblazing this stuff. And yet you've got naysayers out there. And I understand the heinous nature of all that stuff. I'm fully compassionate for everyone who went through it and want to see justice. But, and there is a but, you gotta look at what's happening and say to yourself, this is simply amazing. Like I was saying with Mark, there are very few times in your life where you're seeing the dawn of something. Those of us who were around, we saw when the Apollo series and when they landed on the moon, where they sent things up and they did this and they did that. We saw different things, but it really didn't benefit us personally. I wasn't here when the horse was taken over by the car. But many of you at one point were here when there was a fax machine. What's a fax machine? Some kids are saying. Yeah, it's a fax machine. Many of you probably used to go to Blockbuster to rent videotapes. What's a videotape? What's a VCR? Many of you never had the ability to use, or you had the ability to use a microwave. And still be impatient going, I can't believe this is taking 2 minutes to cook this food. And so now we're on something that is just completely life-changing. And you got many people who are just not prepared to get on this rocket ship. But it was interesting that when I was talking to Mark about how Grok and the Defense Department are going to be working together, I wonder if that opens some people's eyes. They're like, wait a second, this guy Elon, who's fighting with Trump, supposedly, is doing a deal with Pete Hegseth that President Trump signed off on. Did you catch that? I don't know if you caught all that, but just let's continue with my boy Howard here.
That we all know to the AI revolution is power, right? Power has to drive the energy, right? These chips, which you all think are little chips, these are giant chips, right? And a new NVIDIA Blackwell is the smallest you can buy is the size of a refrigerator, okay? And these suck energy like they're going out of style.
So understand what he said, the smallest one. See, that's some eye-opening stuff right there. The smallest of these chips, we all think chips, little microchip. The smallest data center chip is the size of a refrigerator. And now you're thinking, okay, so you imagine how much room you need to have like 5,000 or 10,000 of these chips? And how much data? I mean, you know what's on your hard drive in your computer, and now you've got data centers that have chips the size of small houses. The smallest one is a flipping refrigerator size, and these data centers are going to have tens of thousands of them. Let that sink in.
What has to happen is you've got to have the gas, right? For now, you need the natural gas or coal infrastructure in order to provide these giant AI data centers the power that they need. And it's the combination of technology, investment, and power accessibility that makes a location key and successful. In Pennsylvania, as you all know, has that power.
We invest 50 billion.
One of the things I think people, I won't say are missing here, but in some way, some people may be overlooking it. At this point, take Pennsylvania off the board. It's not going to be a toss-up state anymore. Forget it. This is a serious power move to make sure that Pennsylvania stays red. It's done. They're done. I know they've got some, the inner city stuff, and it's always been, one of those flipper states where it could go one way or the other. And so at this point, this is just taking that off the board here. So let me see something. They've got I think she's singing the national anthem. Hold on.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare,
ouch,
the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Alrighty then. Yeah. When's the last time you seen a national anthem at the start of a Democrat event? You see, this is one of those events where the Democrats are going to have a really, really big problem, because everything they're going to be talking about in here is all prosperity, all about making America great again financially. And there's people actually in our government today that don't want that to happen. There are people in this chat that don't want it to happen. I see you. And there may not be many people on YouTube covering this. Me, I absolutely love it. I love immersing myself in here. And I love trying to get you guys to understand what's going on. Somebody's coming to the stage now. This might be some sort of a benediction. Let's see what this is going to be. No, he's just replacing a mic. So, no, he's pouring water in cups and stuff. So they're getting ready. This is a huge thing. I mean, it's like a big here. Look, there's a huge table. I can't show that. They're playing music. Yeah, that'd get me in trouble real quick. But I'm looking at Miranda Devine in the front row, and as soon as they bring everybody out and get people seated, we'll get back to it. Let's see if President Trump, but it's a pretty big event. All right, let's continue with the other stuff.
Key and successful in Pennsylvania, as you all know, has that power.
We invest $50 billion a year into the United States. We just announced a deal this morning with Google to contract 2 of our hydro plants in Pennsylvania to them. What that means, and it sounds okay, there's a contract, but what that means is they're relocating data centers which will be utilized in the state, which will drive innovation with people, and that's what's exciting. The core resources that are here, like we had 2 hydro plants that have been sitting there forever. We're going to invest an enormous amount of money in them and sell $3 billion worth of power to Google to drive innovation in the state. And so it's really the backbone of what's here. And a lot of the innovation can be retooled to look to the future, but it's these future jobs of innovation that are being created. But I think the most fundamental thing that the Secretary started off with, if you do not have the backbone built, nothing can get built on top of it. And that's where we need to start and focus, and this being an innovation and energy summit is super, super important to that.
I'm rooting for President Trump, too. If he reshores and we reindustrialize, you're talking about 2 or 3 million jobs in manufacturing that currently don't exist. You probably have the numbers better than me, sir, but I think in
5 million. 5 million.
Okay, well, open jobs.
Okay, stop there. 5 million manufacturing jobs that currently don't even exist. So forget how many other openings there are for jobs around the country. If take every job opening currently existing, and we're about to add 5 million new jobs just because of these data centers and the AI. Not just, like the other guy was talking, hey, we just put $25 gazillion, we're going to build the hydro plants, and then we're going to build the hydro plants, and we're going to sell the power back to Google. I'm like, that's a business model for your ass right there. We're going to take our water, and we're going to build big power plants, and the power that we get from our water, we're going to sell to these people. Man. And so Mike Rose here sitting like, hey, we're about to get 5 million new jobs. And people are worried about some other stuff. Yeah. Or like, what did that one say? I don't even have it. Yeah, Trump's losing his support. And we're going to be down under, and there's going to be 50 seats up for grabs in the House. I'm thinking, oh my God. Everybody saying that is doing so just so you don't see this stuff. You tell me how President Trump, or not President Trump, he's not running, but they're going to lose 50 seats when you see this kind of prosperity being trumpeted around the country. No pun intended. Or actually, I did intend it.
Jobs in manufacturing right now.
We've got to train them. We've got to train them. We have to train. That is fundamental. Every community college.
Yep.
Right? We've got to bring it back to high schools.
Yep.
Right? They've got to train, they've got to teach, they've got to show people that a great technician's job starts at $75,000, ends at $200,000.
That's right.
Okay, hold on. Notice what Mike Rowe is talking about here. Very important. Light bulb should be going off at this point. So, millions and millions of jobs that completely bypass college campuses. These are all technical jobs. How do you fix the machine when something goes down? Starting at $75,000, as much as $200,000, and you don't even got to spend 4 years sucking up to a college. To me, that's... oh, let me just say it.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
5 million new jobs that don't require you to go in debt in college. We're just got to train you in high school. You imagine coming out of high school, you're 18 or whatever, and you're getting a job for $75,000 because you know how to, I don't know, input something. And nobody wants to talk about this. This is amazing for our country. It's amazing for your progeny, your kids, your grandkids, your kids that are even in college right now hoping to get a degree in, basket weaving, and they end up working at Starbucks, where they could be working in AI and actually working in something futuristic. And the biggest roadmap you have, the most exciting roadmap you have, is you're going to see a room full of people with money. My father always taught me, and then I've always learned, and I've said it here many times, if the deal's out there and the deal makes sense, there's money to be had. You have no idea. If you're watching all this, which you're going to see in a little while, and you come away from it going, I don't know how it's going to work. It'll never work. Then it's past you. You're done. You go worry about those files and stuff, right? Because the rest of us are about to kick some butt. I can't even tell you some of the stuff I'm working on already. What? SB just sent me something. He's like, you got to check this out. All right, what do you got for me? All right, so SB just dropped this on me. It says, breaking, the U.S. House just rejected moving forward with the pro-crypto bill backed by President Trump and Scott Bessent. 196 to 222. President Trump is pissed per Fox. He's now working the phones trying to get Republican members on board who were no. So he was supposed to come out at 2:30. Now you probably figured out why he's still not out here. Like, what do you mean, no? What do you people mean, no, who don't know what the hell is going on, and I'm sitting here in a room full of gazillionaires, you're like, we think this has got a back door or something, or it's not for my state. I've said it so many times. You're seeing it play out right in front of you. They don't know how to win. The Congress people, senators, they don't know how to win. They don't know what's good for America's future. A lot of the other people out there talking, they're doomsayers. I can't help people with that regard. I mean, I try to show people, and this is insane. How could they not pass this damn thing? Not surprising now.
You need to go to college. You're working in the coolest factory in the world. You know, HVAC is not fixing your air conditioning. It's a closed loop system on the coolest technology system you've ever seen in your life.
Amen.
And the people who work in these factories.
He gets it. He absolutely gets it. Look, it's only a matter of national security, right? And I would say, you mentioned, I read 70, then I heard 90 billion. It's going to be 100 billion by the end of the day. A lot of money.
That's exactly what I said. 70, 90, 100, 200. Well, at this point, well, we just got 200. All right, let's just say everybody put in another billion. When you put that many people in the room, some of them bankers and investment bankers and hedge fund people, like, hey man, I gotta belly up to the table here. How much you got? Looks like I can probably put in another bill. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. He gets it. I loved how he said that. He gets it. Well, he gets it because he's the one helping write it. He knows what's coming. See the smile on my face? I hope it's permeating and letting you guys know, man, you guys had some serious opportunity. Seriously. I mean, anyone who tells you that you don't have this opportunity is lying to you. It's flat out lying you right in your face. I don't know how else.
A lot of money is going to come flying into this state. What I would propose, with all humility, is that somebody somewhere carve just a little sliver out of that, a fraction of a percent, and allocate it for better storytelling. Our country needs a national resource. Pennsylvania can lead this charge, where any parent, any guidance counselor, any kid who is curious enough to explore the opportunities we're talking about can go to a destination and see people who look like them and talk like them and remind them of them prospering as a result of mastering a skill that's in demand. If we
can shut down right now. That's it. He just gave you a business idea, storytelling to an audience that thinks like you, looks like you. Now, he wasn't talking about DEI. He's talking about you. He's talking about, for instance, this audience, this community, a bunch of people who may be a little bit older who need the story told to them, which is what I try to do. And just think, in your circle of friends, how many people are going to need the story told to them? Now, he's talking about making it a business model. Let's carve out a certain percentage of these gazillions and start paying people to tell the flipping story, which is what I said from the beginning. I said the messaging sucks. And that's what I said to Mark we were doing the interview. I'm like, the messaging sucks. People don't know how it's going to be in their favor. If people don't know how it can be good for them, then they're not going to take that medicine. You don't walk into Walgreens and just pick something off the shelf and go, I think this will be okay for me. No, somebody has to tell you, whether it's a doctor or a family member, hey man, you might want to go grab some of this stuff. And he just, on the fly, I love listening to people like this. Hey, wait a second, you know what we should do? We should cut. That's a deal. Somebody in that audience, maybe even Miranda Devine, will like, wait a minute, I'm a storyteller, I write. So you're telling me there may be a future for some sort of business here where I can take some of this money, you guys will allocate some of it so that I can get a messaging company, an advertising company where I can start writing and putting out content, informing people how this AI is going to work for them? Yeah, Yeah, he just said that.
Just dismiss that as PR, then we're just going to keep pushing the same rock up the same hill. I'm just here to say, it doesn't take a ton, but it takes some, because a pretty good communicator's coming here this afternoon, I think, who understands the importance of getting the story right.
And yeah, there's a number of the hyperscalers that have huge investment opportunities. We're excited about that. This is the newest energy-intensive industry to arise. That's what artificial intelligence is, energy-intensive industry, taking the most sophisticated, most expensive form of energy, electricity, and turning it into intelligence to transform our world and protect our nation. So yeah, Meta has huge investment plans, as does Amazon and Microsoft and Google and the other players in that space. And we need all of them will invest. It's a few $100 billion this year. In fact, you'll hear at the conference today announcements. It was 70 and I think now $90 billion just in the state of Pennsylvania.
See, people can't understand this amount of money. And I know there are people in here going, Barry, it's not all about money, Can we finally just stop with that? I am a Christian man. I love my Lord. I love my wife and my family and my daughter and my grandkids. No, it's not all about money. But you can't do a lot of the stuff that your family could want to do without it. I always find people, it was in a movie someplace. I forget, Ben Affleck movie or something, where it said the people who tell you that money isn't something are usually people who don't have it. I had a gentleman that came at me on X the other day, and he said something, I don't need it. I've got everything I need, and if I choose to use something, I will read a book. I've been collecting books for years, and I don't need to make more money. At which point I said to him, how'd you collect the books? And it wasn't until then that, like, people in the thread were like, yeah, how'd you collect all these? He actually said, I've been collecting books from around the world. How in the hell did you collect books from around the world if you didn't have the money? Now you're at a certain position in your life where you're like, I don't need this. But then how are you trying to define what somebody else needs? Because you've got, you went off the off-ramp and like, okay, I've played the game long enough. I bought books from around the world somehow with money. And now I don't play that anymore. Okay, but how can you tell somebody else they can't? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what this person wants. I don't know what that person wants. Maybe somebody's son or daughter, I don't know, wants to build skyscrapers. And they're going to need a whole lot of money to start building skyscrapers. We're like, no, you don't need to do that. You shouldn't want to do that. Bullshit. I want my grandkids to chase dreams. I want to be there and say, okay, I don't know if you want to do what? You want to open up a restaurant? That's a lot of money. You not a cook? All right, well, if we're going to do it, let's do it. Have you ever been in that position lately? Where you can say to something, let's do it. Doesn't necessarily mean that you were chasing money or you were in love with money, but somebody said something to you and you just went, let's do it. Or, in my own personal case, I get a call that says my sister is sick. You know what money does for you? Is when you don't care that you're flying without any notice, you just go online and book the ticket and go. Because you've been blessed. And you didn't say, you go. And then when you get there and you find out that your sister needs this or needs that, she doesn't even have to ask. Here. It wasn't planned. It wasn't rainy day fund. It was, you know what? You better set this crap up in this hotel room because you need to do some stuff here and let YouTube know, pay us YouTube, because you got to help your sister. That's freedom to me. Freedom to me isn't necessarily going to the south of France and hang out in the Riviera. That's just not something for me. It may be for you. You may be like, you know what? I want to go spend a month in, Thailand or Bali. That's what I want to do. I don't want to, but I'm never going to tell you you can't. You see, most people don't even have those kind of aspirations. I hope you're going to hear today how you can realize those aspirations. These gentlemen are coming out and being seated, so I guess President Trump got off the phone. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, they're still playing all kinds of funky music, but I can put it on so you can see, and then we can kill the music for right now. Let's go ahead and do that. There's Scott Bessent. So as you know, probably Scott Bessent's probably really pissed off. That guy in the glasses, I believe that guy in the glasses, if I remind, it's Larry Fink. Larry Fink, that's who I think that is. There's a woman. There's some captains of industry there. Obviously, the president's going to sit right in the middle. I hope they go around the table and find out who all these people are. I don't know why the camera's focused on the woman. She's the only one there, I guess. But I'd love to get like a scorecard on who everybody is. So you're about to hear, even though Scott Bessent and President Trump are pissed, he may even mention it, but I think they're going to go around the room and talk to everybody. I'm not sure how long this will last, so we'll cover it as long as they leave the cameras on and start talking to people, find out who these people are, what they do. And I know I was going to say something. You notice people in the Democrats going, they're all white. All these people are white. I don't care. It doesn't bother me because I'm probably sure I could probably learn something from every one of these people sitting up there. So we got, 6 or 7 or 8 on, there's David Sachs. I recognize him. It's Kenneth Wright. Not sure who the Asian man is. But we're about to hear some serious stuff about business, investment, and money. Looking to see if I recognize any other faces here. You guys can see if you guys are there. Oh, there's a black man. Not sure who everybody is. I hope they introduce everybody. And so, MTG and some of these people who voted no, she doesn't know. She doesn't know what this is. In fact, you know what? This should have taken place someplace where congressmen could come and sit down and listen. It should have been like required watching. They needed to show up because that's the only way they're going to understand it. Because from what I understand, MTG didn't want to sign off on the thing today because it didn't have any regulations on CBDC, central bank digital currency. But President Trump had already put it in there, but now it wasn't in the actual bill today because people are terrified. They're absolutely terrified. And I think what they're terrified the most of is right now President Trump is driving this F1 vehicle that I was telling you about, this speed racer. And they're thinking, they're projecting years ahead going, what happens if a Democrat becomes president? Well, if CBDC, central bank digital currency, is available, then what you're probably going to have is them monitoring every dime that you spend. So to me, it's her thinking in the future, who's going to have the control of the wheel? Because right now, President Trump has the control of the wheel. Who's going to have it in the future? Because even though they're not talking about it, I guarantee you there's some Democrats salivating right now with all hundreds of billions of dollars. Oh yeah, they'd like to get some of that. You know it for sure. CBDC is programmable money. Let's see here. Nothing wrong with making money greedy. Greedy for money becomes a source of all kinds of evil. Oh, and so I see Howard Lutnick. He's sitting in the front row next to, what's his name? Doug. What's Doug's name? He's there. They don't want us, you're right, there you go. They don't want us normies to prosper, I guess. That goes for a lot of people. There's a lot of people who don't want normies to prosper. You just have to understand that. It's a good gig for certain people, but you guys aren't supposed to be part of the ones there. So they're all seated. I guess they're waiting for President Trump. He has not come out yet. As soon as he comes out, we'll definitely get to it. I've got the screen on here waiting for him to walk out. It looks like all the chairs, everyone is seated, except President Trump. So I don't know if that means he's still on the phone or what. So we'll wait. I don't want to go into a video right now and then have him walk out, because if that were to happen, then I would have to cut the video right there. All right, so everybody is seated, waiting for President Trump to walk out. I can see if he comes out. While we're waiting for President Trump, let me go ahead and tell you about Chapter. If you guys aren't familiar with Chapter, these guys are working with me very good. For those of you turning 65 soon, like me, this is important. My Medicare advisors at Chapter are helping people cut through the Medicare mess and save thousands of dollars. I'm turning 65 soon, and obviously getting bombarded with calls and spam calls and telemarketer calls and ads. It's overwhelming. On top of that, I didn't know who personally to trust. There are a lot of scams and selfish agents out there pushing us into plans that make them more money that really don't help Robin and I. All my worries went away when I spoke to my advisor at Chapter. These guys are the real deal. I can attest to that personally. They start by understanding your needs right off the bat. Then they compare every plan to find the one that saves you the most. On average, they save people $1,100. They're totally honest and independent, which cannot be said about everyone in Medicare. With one short and simple phone call, you can feel confident in your Medicare coverage. They're walking out. There's no pressure, no nonsense, just clear, unbiased guidance, and it's completely free for the Fanfare audience. Don't take chances with your health or your wallet. Get your free, no obligation Medicare advice from my friends at Chapter. Call 475-328-3545. 475-328-3545 today. You won't regret it. In fact, most people wish they'd called Chapter sooner. All right, so I think President Trump is about to come out because everybody's standing, and let's go ahead and take a looky here. Let's see, what do we got going on? It seems as though they cut the music. What do we got? So I'm waiting. They cut the music. Doesn't seem like there's much of a feed going on right now. So let's see what they do. Obviously they're waiting for the president to come out. I don't think he's going to come out to... Yeah, not the Beach Boys. Anyway, they're all standing, smiling, waiting for this soiree to begin. President Trump is obviously the last person to come out. He's going to walk out. That's his chair in the middle. Everybody else is waiting, standing, waiting for the president to come out. Pretty funny. Barry, use AI to do a plan. Barry, InfoWars is reporting Special Counsel Epstein. You were right. Yeah. If you just follow the breadcrumbs, you knew it was coming. They're playing the Beach Boys. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Let the music play. You don't even want to know the stuff that YouTube will drag you through. MTG is right on track. The Democrats attempt to discredit her because she pays attention and won't back down. Lisa, Barry, you are correct. Trump administration needs to explain this to the Republican politicians so they understand it as well to get the gray areas worked out. That's why he's got to get on the phone. You know, he won't say it because he's too nice to say it, but that's where the Mike Johnsons of the world have to explain to these people. But again, as I said earlier, if they don't understand, then they're not going to be able to sell it to other congressmen and other people. And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know if they're trying to cut deals or what they're doing or anything like that. So it's crazy. Barry, will AI give you the best investment advice? All right, so from an investment perspective, one of the things you have to be careful is it's a machine. Number two, anything you put into Grok is what you can expect to get out. So if you want to analyze trends, if you wanted to say, excuse me, I think this is the president's song.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, good afternoon. Mr. President, welcome back to Pittsburgh. We're so glad to have you here.
I need you guys to let me know how the sound is, if I need to raise it or whatever. Let me know if it's good enough.
In your courage on that day, and Dina and I are beyond grateful that you're here safely with us, and we are honored and thrilled to have you back in town. At the town we're proud to call home, at such an historic time for our great Commonwealth and for our nation. In your first term, you famously promised you were elected to represent the citizens of Pittsburgh, not Paris. And today you're once again making good on that promise. And what's happening here today is absolutely historic. Your visit and your leadership has catalyzed $90 billion of investment in energy and AI revolution in Pennsylvania. $90 billion. Your presence and those commitments showcase Pennsylvania's story to the world. And today's summit begins to deliver on the promises that you and I made to the working families of Pennsylvania by creating many thousands of new jobs. Mr. President, you and I campaigned on an agenda to make America energy dominant, to secure our nation's AI leadership, to create jobs and opportunity for working families in Pennsylvania and across America. And your policies are working. You're making our country energy dominant once again. You're supporting workers at every level. You've embraced foreign investment and created good paying jobs right here in the United States of America, and you have been unwavering in your commitment to rebuilding America's industrial capacity and securing long-term AI leadership. Those policies are not only crucial to our economic well-being, to the people here in Pennsylvania, but to our national security. And this agenda has galvanized private capital. It's unleashing a new wave of industrial development and job creation across America and in Pennsylvania. And I just want to say I'm so thankful to you, but also to your incredible team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Besson, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, David Sachs. We have had such incredible leadership and support from your team. Before we talk about those commitments here, and what Pennsylvania workers, I know you want to say a few words. And so I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a real honor to be here. And this is a place that warms my heart. It's we did very well in this state, as you know, 3 times actually, and it's been a tremendous experience. I went to school here. I went to college here, and got to know it very well. And the people are the greatest people on earth, so it's a real honor to be here. And I have to say about David and Dina, they had the toughest race there was. I said, this is going to be a tough one. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people. Tens of thousands would be a small crowd. And I'd invite David, and he'd get up and do a fantastic job. And It all worked out, but he won a race that was really not doable. I think it was his opponent was here for a long time, and his father was there for it's about 50 years at least total. And those people aren't easy to beat, but you beat them. So I just want to congratulate you. That's amazing. And you wouldn't have done it without Dina. That I can tell you. We know Dina. Anybody that knows Dina knows exactly what I'm saying. And, he mentioned Butler, but what nobody really talks too much about because they didn't see the order. But I actually looked down to the right before that thing happened. And I said, oh, there's David McCormick. He's running for the Senate. David, come on up. And there were so many people. There was a little problem he had coming up because I said, look, just do it later. And then about a minute later, so, if you would have come up, I don't know what the hell would have happened, right? It worked out better this way, right? Exactly. I don't know if he would have been around, but other than that, I wanted to take full credit for that. I said, no, don't bother, we'll do it later. So if I didn't say that, who knows? But really great job. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. And 12 months later, look at what we have. We have a president. We have if you think about it, we had a country, and I just left the NATO leaders. I left the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as you know, Lear, so great, and UAE. These are three great leaders. And then we just made a deal with NATO where they pay for everything, and we give them the ammunition and the missiles, and we give them whatever they want. We got to get that war stopped. It's so bad. But every leader said, no matter where, they all said the same thing to me. Some of them separately, but it's same words, just about. He said, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you had a dead country. We were dead. We didn't think you could ever come back. And now today, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true. So we're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's not even close. I don't imagine it's too close. I don't think second is too close. That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we could probably get them up. Let's talk to them right now. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the three countries that I mentioned, and they're great people, great leaders of those countries. But we came back with many, many planes that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen. $5.1 trillion. And we are now at about $16 trillion. And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. And if you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. You're going in the wrong direction. We have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank, we have some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us. Secretaries Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. Chris Wright's very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, no, I have somebody that's much better than me, right? And Doug never said that in his life. You have to know. I said, this guy must be very good, but what a team they are. You know, we have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right? We never even discussed who's supposed to be the leader of the pack, but boy, you are, it was one instruction, drill, baby, drill, right? And they are drilling. They are drilling. We have the EPA administrator, probably, I must say this, Doug, I hate to say it, Chris and Doug and all of you guys, the most important man on the dais today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week, would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay, nuclear will give him a little more time. But you know, the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy, and you know his history. He's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable. Almost won for governor, just missed it by a few points, and he's really fantastic. But he's essentially the Environmental Protection Agency, the top man, and he's got things rocking, and already they're building plants and they have their permits. These are permits that would have taken you literally 10 years to get, or I would really say 10 years before they voted against you, because that's really what was happening, and it's crazy all over the country. But we're freeing it up, and he really is going to be able to produce. And I'm looking at the numbers of China, where they're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about, our friend, right, President Xi. He can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man, and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already, and they're building plants, and they have already their permits. And I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, you know, it's not my thing. Although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever. He was the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Kaczynski was one of his students. Do you know who Kaczynski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. But Kaczynski, I said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And then he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark and Jeff and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David. The first one, you're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now, and maybe even more than that. Remember that? And I said, what, are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually, the number, that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open to destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. And it's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant. And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, I can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, were saying, huh. And then they'd say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up to... They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build, we'll make you like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant, and what you'll do is if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking, and you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started, but we're going to actually end up doing more than them, and it's going to be done privately, and you're going to own your own electric plants, and they'll be powered by maybe nuclear, maybe gas, maybe coal. You know, we brought coal back in. They won't be powered by wind because it doesn't work. I hate to say it just doesn't work. It's rather intermittent. You don't want it. It causes a lot of problems. But we have every form of fuel that you want to use for your plant. And you'll build a plant, you'll build your electric, and this way you have no excuses, because I didn't want to be the one that said, listen, we're trying to build that grid in 10 years from now, and you wouldn't be able to open. You're going to build it with your own plants. And so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric plants along with their separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of their main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually. White House AI czar David Sachs. David, thank you very much. Great job. David interviewed me on his podcast about, what's that now, 2 years ago or something in San Francisco, and I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him in. But you've been doing great. Thank you, David, very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. They tell me you're doing great. Thank you very much. As well as State Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Kim, thank you. Kim, good job. Kim's very happy right now. State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe, thank you. And State Senator Greg Rothman. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends. These are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful. See, I add the word great. I like to say, because the really was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They call it the big, beautiful. But I had great. They took the word great out. I was on a show called Deface the Nation or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. And I said, I want a great, big, beautiful bill. And they named it that. And it really is. It was supposed to be 7 bills. Could have been 2 or 3, but it was supposed to be originally 7. I said, let's put them all together. And if you put them all together, there's going to be something for everybody. And that's what happened. And we got it passed. And Republicans did it. We didn't get one Democrat vote. Think of it. The biggest tax cut in history, and we didn't get a Democrat vote. And so many other things. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. But the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, you got that. Also, the biggest deduction, you know, you have a 10-year period. Last time we had a 1-year period. Now you have a 10-year period. And that's what made the first one. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term. And we passed a bill, but that bill, honestly, as good as it was nothing compared to this one. And the biggest thing and the biggest reason for the success was the deduction. And you're allowed to do it. And this time we're including structure, so you're able to deduct those big structures that you're building. So nobody thought that was even possible. But I want to introduce the people that did it. Dan Muser is here. Where's Dan? Dan, you? Oh, they're in Washington working on our next bill. Good. They shouldn't be here. Now I don't have to mention their names, you know. Although they're watching on television, I guarantee. Oh, that's right. They're working on our next one, which is coming for a vote, I think, on Friday. Wow, I'm impressed. But JT, GT Thompson, Lloyd Schmucker, John Joyce, Mike Kelly, Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, all terrific people, and Guy Reschenthaler. These are great people. They're warriors. They fought with us. They voted with us. We only had 2 negative votes. I didn't invite those 2 guys to anything. We had a guy named Rand Paul Jr. He's known as Rand Paul Jr. in the House. He always votes no. We had somebody else. I did him a big favor, and I said, well, he's not going to, sir, I don't think so-and-so is going to vote. I won't mention his name. And I said, no, he's going to vote because I did him a very big favor, very personal favor, as big as you can get, having to do with death and life. But no, he's going to vote. Don't worry about it. Okay, sir, if you tell me, but I don't think we're going to get his vote. Don't worry about it, I said. I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. And sure as hell, he voted against us. And I said, another one down, another great move by Trump. Anyway, so much for favors. You know, it's welcome to the world of politics, right? Right, David? We know about that. But we're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China. I have to say, we're way ahead of China. And the plants are starting up, the construction's starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone would say, where did that? That's been like decades, $25 billion, and that's peanuts compared to what it's. And it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel, mostly. And the rest is starting to kick in. We just made a deal today, a big one with Indonesia, a great deal. And they've opened up Indonesia fully. You know, Indonesia really has great copper, very powerful copper, but they have a lot of things, and we have full access to Indonesia. We'll soon be announcing probably, if we do, we do. If we don't, that's okay too. I don't mind, because I'm very happy with the letters that we send out that you'll be paying X%. I almost like it better if you want to know the truth. But Scott and Howard, they like to go the old-fashioned way. Let's work hard to make a deal. I don't know. There's something about pay us 35% of everything, and we're very happy. But I think India is going to open up, and a lot of countries are going to open up. And some that don't, they'll just be paying a very substantial tariff, but peanuts compared to what they should be paying. So we have some amazing things. China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI. And we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips. We have the great everything. And we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi. And we smile at the back and forth. But we are leading. I heard somebody say before that we're going to try and catch China. We're not catching them. We're leading. And one of the advantages they have is they show the electric that they have it. They're opening up coal-fired plants all over the place. And we're entitled and allowed now to do that too. We took coal; it was taken out of the chain, and coal is actually a very powerful. I say you're not allowed to call it coal; you have to call it clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed, John, to call it just coal, because people don't understand. We call it clean, beautiful coal. But China is, I think they're going to be very far behind. Mark my words. I think they're going to be very far, because we have a lot of places going up right now, and they're all going to be great. And they actually feed off each other. But remaining the world's leader in AI will require an enormous increase in the energy production, and that's taking place, and you're doing it yourself, and a massive build-out of physical infrastructure and the tremendous technology skill that Pennsylvania has. I mean, you have tremendous skill in this state. Today, the Commonwealth is reclaiming its industrial heritage and taking its place at the forefront of the AI technological revolution. And as I said before, it's an expression I used all during the campaign and screamed it out, "We'll drill, baby, drill." And people went crazy. We had big crowds, as you probably heard, biggest ever, biggest in history. The investments being announced this afternoon include more than $56 billion in new energy infrastructure and more than $36 billion in new data center projects. And a lot more than that are going to be announced in the coming weeks, not even months. I think we could say weeks, right, Howard? In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know the truth. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. 15 billion. That's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would get. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic. As another example, Google will be investing billions and billions of dollars to revitalize 2 major hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Say hello to Sergey and Sundar. They've done a pretty good job at Google, I'll tell you. And they have their star right here, so congratulations. That's really fantastic. And under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. That's under Biden. That's not under Trump. That's under Sleepy Joe. Under the Trump administration, America's getting back in the game, and we're going to actually be doing more than they do, as I said. And on day one, I ended the Green New scam. I also ended Joe Biden's war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. Totally ended. Coal has equal, if not greater, status. It's a very powerful. It's a very powerful thing, coal. China, it's sort of interesting. China makes windmills, but how many wind farms do you see in China? I haven't seen any lately. It's sort of crazy. They build the windmills, sell them into our country, sell them all over the world, and they ruin their fields and ruin their valleys. And then you look at China. Where's your wind farm? Well, we have one. We're thinking about one. No, it's the whole thing is crazy. But they use coal, and they're building right now about 52 power plants, all of coal. I signed historic executive orders to expedite construction of brand new nuclear power plants, which is very hot. We've issued an order, as you probably know, 1 month ago, making it very easy and very safe to build nuclear power. And Westinghouse, I know, is represented here, and they're become a whole brand new Westinghouse. Congratulations. It's a great thing you're doing. They were hurt by some very incompetent people. I watched what was going on there, and in the form of regulators, they were really doing a number. Our regulators are the opposite. We'll be very safe, but we're fast and safe, and you're going to get a whole different group of people. But it's announcing plans to build 10 state-of-the-art nuclear reactors in the United States. That's great. Congratulations to Westinghouse. And to further accelerate investment in the industries of tomorrow, 2 weeks ago, we enacted the largest tax cuts in American history when I signed that one big, beautiful bill into law. We're adding to it a little bit, and we're refining it a little bit, all to the positive. And that's why the congressmen, I'll pretend I'm really angry at them, but I would actually be angry at them if they showed up, Lee, right? I'd be much more, if they're here, I would not be happy. The bill allows 100% expensing on all new equipment, something that's never happened before. Factories, research, and as I said before, even structure. To further protect Pennsylvania industry, 2 months ago, I came here to announce my approval of a historic investment deal with Nippon Steel of Japan, to keep U.S. steel right here in Pittsburgh. And we have a great woman here, Selena Zito. She's the writer. She writes on the Rust Belt and the Midwest, really, but the Rust Belt, anything having to do with rust and belt. Where is Selena? Is she around there someplace? Because I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. And I said, do me a favor, let me do the interview after this. This way we can be right on time. Where is Selena?
There she is up there.
Oh, she's great. You can't be angry at me now, Selena, because I'll be with you. I said, Selena, can we make it after? Otherwise, we're going to keep a lot of money waiting. These people have big money. When I saw the people here, I said, Selena, I'm sorry. I have to delay this. And also, Miss McAdams. Where is Miss McAdams? We're going to do one with her, too. And she's great, with Fox. And she's been fantastic. Stand up. Stand up. Young and smart and vibrant. She's been you've done a great job. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right. That's great. We can't keep this kind of money waiting. These are truly the biggest investors in the world, including my friend John on my left. But these are the biggest investors in the world. I'm sorry, McAdams, and I'm sorry, Selena. That's the way it works. It's very impressive. But Nippon Steel, and we got it, and we have all sorts of protections because of the fact that U.S. Steel was, you people, years ago, 80 years ago, was the biggest company in the world, most powerful company in the world, and we were very strong. And Nippon's coming in; they're going to be investing $17 billion. They're going to build new plants all over the country using U.S. Steel, and we have the absolute control because we don't want to lose control of that one name. That one name is very important for the to the history of this country, and I think Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. And, you know, in some cases, they could take it back to their country. I said to people, because a lot of people said, well, what do you think? Japanese companies coming in. I said, well, you know, when they spend $1 billion in a steel plant, they're not going to put it on a boat and take it away. It's going to be right here with us no matter what. But they are going to do a fantastic job, and they look forward to it, and they're so excited about it. They actually fought very, very hard to get that deal. And I think when you look at the countless jobs at the Mon Valley Works in western Pennsylvania, we have something that's going to be really incredible. And we did keep a golden share. You know who has the golden share? I do. I have the golden. Does everybody know what a golden share? A lot of these people from the Middle East, they don't have to worry about golden shares. But we have a golden share, but Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. With that historic announcement and the new commitments being made today, we're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country like I believe like this country has never been run before. I think we have a true golden age for America. We've been showing it, and it truly is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm honored to be in Pennsylvania, and I'm honored to be in Pittsburgh, and you're going to see some real action here, so get ready. Lots of jobs, lots of success. Really a beautiful thing is, it's going to be beautiful to behold. So enjoy yourselves, and I look forward to hearing some of your geniuses speak. If that's okay, I'll stay around, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for being here. And you coming has allowed us to have this incredible summit. It won't surprise you, this summit was Dina's idea. But what it's allowed us to do is catalyze the investment. It's allowed us to get a lot of attention on Pennsylvania's story, and it's allowed us to deliver on the promises you and I talked about, which is jobs for working families, really create opportunity here in Pennsylvania. So it's the manifestation of your agenda. And we're going to talk today about those $90 billion of investment. You'll hear from Blackstone and QTS, CoreWeave, and others. They pledged $36 billion to build data centers. You also hear from companies that invested tens of billions in generating the power needed to run those data centers. We have great investments in natural gas production and pipelines, but also in nuclear. Brookfield's repowering of 2 hydro facilities with Google that you mentioned. The great Pittsburgh company Westinghouse will tell you how they're going to deliver on your call to strengthen America's nuclear power industrial base by placing 10 reactors under construction by 2030. And Constellation, which is here, Joe Dominguez, is upgrading Limerick Clean Energy Center to bring an additional 340 megawatts online. First Energy and Pennsylvania's PPL have collectively pledged $20 billion to build and operate the grid infrastructure required to support a data center renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, and to ensure that ratepayers don't foot the bill. And finally, you got technology companies like Google, that they're investing in bringing the benefits of AI to Main Street, and their AI Works for Pennsylvania initiative, which will offer AI training for 1 million small businesses. The great thing about today is these are not empty promises. These are tangible, real commitments, and they're only the beginning. The distinguished leaders you have around the table here, from Larry Fink to Darren Woods, from Toby Rice to Bruce Flatt, to great global investors like my good friends Chow Kit from Singapore, Haldun Al-Mubarak from the United Arab Emirates. They've traveled long distances to witness firsthand this historic moment and to see firsthand what's happening in Pennsylvania. And these investments are a testament to Pennsylvania's unique resources. Unbelievable natural gas reserves, abundant fresh water, a massive installed base of nuclear power, incredible tech universities like CMU, our host today, thank you, Farnham. Amazing skilled trade engineers represented by Pennsylvania's own Rob Baer and Brandon Bishop here of the National Building Trades. But none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened without your unwavering commitment
to unleashing American energy dominance and standing up for workers in Pennsylvania and across the nation. They're going to see those workers tangible job opportunities here today. These projects will create tens of thousands of construction jobs and thousands of well-paying direct and indirect jobs supporting these projects, supporting these industries. It's going to make a big difference in Pennsylvania communities. So, Mr. President, this is the beginning of an economic renaissance for Pennsylvania and a huge step forward. And I want to thank you for making it possible and for being here in the Steel City. So let me give you one more hand. Thank you. So with that, if it's all right with you, Mr. President, I'm going to call on a handful of the people here and let them tell you a little bit about what they're thinking and why they're investing. I'll start with, to your left, John Gray, President and COO of Blackstone, $25 billion in data center and energy infrastructure in Northeast PA.
Thank you, Dave. I want to start by thanking President Trump for recognizing the importance of American leadership in AI innovation and for prioritizing the physical investment required in digital and energy infrastructure to make this AI revolution possible. We believe this new technology can lead to a manufacturing renaissance in the United States. Generating electrons will spur economic activity and employment growth right here in Pennsylvania. That also leads me to thank Senator McCormick for hosting this terrific summit with Dina's help, of course. So many important participants from around the globe have come here, including political leaders in Pennsylvania from both sides of the aisle, who all care about making this state and the U.S. successful in this vital area. By the way, I love this state too. I went to college like you here as well. I met my wife here, and it is a great place. I will say that at Blackstone, we have enormous investments here, and we're very excited to announce that we're going to make a further $25 billion investment into Pennsylvania's digital and energy infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Great.
The investment should catalyze over the next 10-plus year a further $60 billion on top of that into the state. Pennsylvania, as you've heard, is uniquely situated as a strategic hub to power the nation's AI objectives. Abundant, low-cost energy, 20% of the country's natural gas production, and by co-locating data centers next to the natural gas, we eliminate the enormous cost and time delays with these projects, which makes us super bullish on this state. America's AI future obviously requires rapid acceleration of data center construction. Our company, QTS, is the largest independent data center developer and operator in the world. QTS has secured multiple land sites throughout the northeast of Pennsylvania. We're very excited about that. The co-CEO tag is over there. We're also excited to announce today a JV with Pennsylvania utility PPL to invest in new natural gas generation facilities. These will ensure grid reliability and power Pennsylvania's digital infrastructure as well as homes and businesses across the Commonwealth. Net here, this continues our long-term partnership at Blackstone with Pennsylvania. We believe 6,000 plus jobs will be created or supported annually over the 10-year construction timeline. Over 3,000 permanent jobs will be created or supported by QTS and its customers. We have long-standing relationships with labor. We plan to continue those here in Pennsylvania, and we intend to commence construction on these projects by year-end 2028. Thank you for having us today, Senator McCormick. Thank you, President Trump, for your leadership. We are honored and excited to be investing in the future of Pennsylvania and the United States.
All right. Thank you, John. That's great. And I'm going to keep us moving because there's so many people here I want to call on. Brian Tierney, CEO of First Energy, a $9.3 billion investment across PA to expand power distribution and strengthen grid infrastructure. Brian.
Thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, particularly on energy security and what it means to our economy.
Thank you.
At First Energy Pennsylvania, we have 6,000 contractors and employees who are thrilled to serve 2 million customers in the state. We are planning $15 billion of investment between now and the end of your term in the distribution grid and the transmission grid to enable things like artificial intelligence development, shale gas development, and any other form of economic and technological development that there is. We have partnered with the unions, the IBEW and the UWUA. We have a journeyman lineman hiring program, and we have an apprenticeship program that will create not just jobs, but long-term good-paying careers for the people of the Commonwealth. We're thrilled to be making this investment in the grid and infrastructure in the Commonwealth and look forward to working with those around the table to make it happen in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. All right. Dan Summer, you know, a Pittsburgh iconic name, Westinghouse, $6 billion. This ties directly to the executive order and your commitment to nuclear power. $6 billion investment to deliver 10 new large nuclear reactors by 2030, consistent with your executive order. And we're so excited about it here. Dan, take it away.
Senator McCormick, thank you. President Trump, you've led on nuclear energy in this country, and you've reinvigorated our industry with the vision that you've set forth in your executive orders. Our industry is reinvigorated. We're ready to mobilize. Westinghouse today is the world's leader in nuclear technology. Over 50% of the reactors that operate in the world use Westinghouse technology, and today, we as a company service over 60% of the world's operating nuclear fleet right here from our headquarters in the Pittsburgh region, actually Butler County, as well as sites around the country and around the world. What we're happy to share today is we've taken the call to action under your executive order to partner with companies across our industry to mobilize a plan to deliver 10 AP1000 reactors in the U.S. with construction to begin by 2030. This is not only critical to achieve your goals with respect to energy dominance and winning the AI race, but it's a driver of massive economic benefit across our country. When we deploy a fleet aligned to your vision, we'll drive $75 billion of economic value across the United States, with $6 billion of value here in Pennsylvania. It's also a jobs machine. Implementing your vision will create or sustain over 55,000 jobs across the country and over 15,000 jobs here in the Commonwealth alone. And these are great jobs across manufacturing, engineering, and construction. And beyond that, we're happy to announce today a strategic collaboration with Google to leverage Google's expertise in AI and AI solutions, along with Westinghouse's AI technology and 75 years of OEM nuclear engineering and construction data to build an AI machine that helps us rethink how to do nuclear construction in this country and honor your commitment and your expectations for us to, when we deliver nuclear, we'll do it on budget and on cost. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Westinghouse and our industry are ready to deliver. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. You almost gave the introduction for my good friend Ruth Peratt. Ruth, thank you for being here. And Google is doing a number of things, partnering with Brookfield, which Bruce Flatt is here. Great partnership. We're lucky to have them both engaged in Pennsylvania. Bruce is also the majority owner of Westinghouse. Brookfield's the majority owner of Westinghouse, and also an incredible effort to train 1 million small businesses in AI. So Ruth, please tell us what you're doing in Pennsylvania, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for your leadership, for your clear and urgent direction that our nation invest in AI, in the infrastructure, technology, and energy needed to unlock the extraordinary capabilities and really enable America to continue to lead. And Senator McCormick and Dina, thank you for this extraordinary convening. It really has delivered the energy, no pun intended, that we were striving to achieve here. On behalf of Google, I'm very pleased to be here in Pittsburgh to announce that Google is investing more than $25 billion in data centers and AI infrastructure across the states in this critical PJM region over the next 2 years. And to support the investment, we're investing in 3 additional ways and focused on them. First, Mr. President, to support your mandate for energy abundance, we're investing in hydro, as you referenced. It is a $3 billion 20-year agreement with Brookfield Energy to modernize 2 hydropower facilities in Lancaster County. Second, we've already heard about the importance of the grid. The Department of Energy has estimated that there is up to 100 gigawatts of additional capacity in America's grid infrastructure if we collectively work to unlock it. So at Google, 2 things. We're applying advanced technology to ensure that we're most efficiently using power from the grid, and we're also working on ways that AI can help to identify and deploy capacity more efficiently. I think what's really exciting also is we're focused on jobs. There are 2 parts of the focus on jobs. One is really training to support the jobs to modernize the grid. There is an acute need for electrical workers in this country. It's estimated in the 100,000 plus. Last month, Google made a grant to the Electrical Training Alliance to equip more than 100,000 electrical workers with the skills that they need and train 30,000 new apprentices by 2030. Today, we are expanding that grant to increase the projected pipeline of new electricians in Pennsylvania by 64%. Third, we think it is critical, as Senator McCormick said, to build a fair America, an America where everyone has the opportunity for jobs of the future. And to ensure that we can do that today, starting in Pennsylvania, we're really proud to announce AI Works for America. And through partnerships with leading employers, universities, skilled trades, and manufacturers, we're going to help train American workers and students by teaching them essential AI skills. And as part of this, I'm very proud that Google will be offering free AI training to every small business in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One final comment. We are proud that Pittsburgh is our home. It's been our home since 2006. Our first office was actually right here at Carnegie Mellon, and continuing the trend of this line right here, I also went to school in Pennsylvania, and we're very proud of it. So thank you again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all your catalyzing.
Thanks, Ruth. That's what we like to hear. I want to call on just briefly Mike Intrator. Mike, I want to take note of this for all you CEOs. Mike is the CEO of CoreWeave, which made a big announcement today, $6 billion investment in Pennsylvania, and his stock went way up. So all you CEOs, just take notice. Investing in Pennsylvania is good for your stock price. Mike, please tell us about this project. It's very exciting.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator McCormick. And yes, you're correct. The market responded well to our announcement of investing $6 billion into a Lancaster, Pennsylvania data center. It's a data center that we will be able to host some of the most advanced, state-of-the-art computing infrastructure that the country needs in order to maintain its position as the leader in artificial intelligence. The data center will drive 600 jobs for across the trades as we construct the site, and then another 175 jobs of permanent employment. We're extremely excited about the role that this data center is going to play in our plans to be able to support not just the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but the broader Mid-Atlantic region for us. And your support has been incredible across the energy space that's required to deliver clean, reliable power, as well as your support for artificial intelligence at large. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. President, what you hear over and over again are these incredible job creation, but we need workers to be able to fulfill these jobs. And I see my friend Barry in the audience, and we've talked a lot about the need for construction workers. There he is. There's Barry. We have Brandon Bishop with us today from the National Building Trades. And, I was with a bunch of guys from the building trades a couple weeks ago, and they were saying, we don't want to do the apprenticeship program until we're sure about the work. And I said, double, triple, quadruple the programs, right? We got to have skilled workers who can meet the needs. We got a tsunami of opportunity coming for Pennsylvania. And so maybe you could take a minute, Brandon, on that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Mr. President, it's an honor to be here today representing North America's building trades unions and our 3 million members. especially the thousands of highly skilled workers across Pennsylvania who are ready to deliver on all of the historic investments being announced here today. All the projects discussed here today aren't just about energy and innovation, they're about job creation. And all of us in the building trades stand ready to deliver. If you want the highest quality, most productive, long-term labor certainty, partner with us from day one. Don't just build with us, stay with us and maintain it for decades. And when you partner with the building trades, you get results. Productivity is 14% higher, projects cost 4% less on average, they're 40% less likely to face labor shortages, and labor turnover is cut by 2/3. We are the solution to the workforce challenge. Our members are sourced and trained through the largest private workforce development system in the country. Over 16,000 world-class training centers, including many right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. These centers train hundreds of thousands of men and women through our gold standard registered apprenticeship programs. No taxpayer dollars required. And they don't just lead to jobs. They launch lifelong middle-class careers with family-sustaining wages, health care, and retirement. So if you're investing in Pennsylvania, let's talk, let's plan, let's partner. Because there is no workforce more prepared to build the future and no investment more certain than when you build with us. That's what we do. We build, we maintain, and deliver, all while doing it the best way, safely, on time, on budget, and with the highest quality.
Thank you. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So I asked the president. He said I could take the opportunity. We got the A-team here in terms of the cabinet the president put together. So I'd like to do a lightning round and just call on a couple of cabinet members to comment on what's going on in terms of the incredible action and activity at the intersection of the AI revolution, the energy revolution. We got a great team here that's working together. So let me just work my way around the table. Mr. Treasury Secretary Scott Besson, and then I'll turn to you, Howard, and then you, Chris, and then you, Doug. And Director Zeldin, I'm sorry I didn't mention you before, but I'm so glad you're here. You're doing great things for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. The President's laid the foundation for a golden age economy, and it comes just in time to begin America's 250th anniversary celebration. 3 industries will define the future: manufacturing, energy, and technology. Not coincidentally, Pennsylvania is at the forefront of all 3. For more than 2 centuries, the Commonwealth has been the keystone at the top of the American arch, and politically, economically, and technology has played an indispensable role and will continue to do so under President Trump and Senator McCormick's leadership. The Rust Belt is no more. It's a thing of the past. The factories that industrialized America, won World War II, and built our modern infrastructure are firing up again, and new factories are coming online. Taking place along the blue-collar boom is the CapEx boom that we heard about today, and this is just the beginning. This is the 3rd time I've had the privilege of being in the Iron City in less than a year. I was here President Trump's final day on the campaign trail at the auditorium at the Duquesne Arena, and I saw the steel workers there to support him. I was back 3 weeks ago when he announced the Nippon Steel deal at the U.S. Steel plant, and it's an honor to be here with all of you today and see this CapEx boom along with a workers boom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right, my good buddy, Secretary Lutnick.
Advanced manufacturing,
Tariffs.
technology lead. Our technology is the best in the world. President Trump is out to unleash that technology to make sure we win the AI race. But he knows that we need energy to drive it. And that's why he campaigned on drill, baby, drill, because we need energy. We need it across the nation,
and we need it in Pennsylvania, which has got amazing natural gas resources, incredible. And then we've got to turn that into advanced manufacturing. So those three buckets are where we're going, and President Trump is leading the charge on that. And we are very excited. $16 trillion in investment dollars coming into America. So your workers, man, are they going to be busy?
Secretary Wright, let me turn to you, and then Secretary Burgum.
Yes, thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump. We are all here, and we're talking about $90 billion of investment in this state because of a dramatic pivot in the leadership of our country. President Trump, an East Coast real estate developer, understands in his gut energy more than anyone I've met. He knows energy is the infrastructure for everything we do. If you get energy wrong, nothing else matters. If you get energy right, the possibilities are just immense. And Pennsylvania, the oil and gas industry, global oil and gas industry, started a few dozen miles from here in Titusville, Pennsylvania. The shale gas revolution may have started in Texas, but it really flourished and hit its peak right here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania today exports more energy to other states than any other state except for Texas. And it would export more, but it had blocks on building pipelines. Two great opportunities for Pennsylvania energy. One, and President Trump is hard at work at both of these, one is to get those pipelines built from Pennsylvania to New England so we can change the quality of life and opportunities. People in New England have a lower quality of life than they deserve for bad political decisions. That can be changed. And number two, the opposition to building pipelines out of Pennsylvania doesn't stop the production of gas in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania natural gas production could ramp up tremendously fast, and Pennsylvania could lead the world in AI and reshoring manufacturing.
Secretary Burgum, thank you.
Thank you, Dave and Dina. President Trump, it's such an honor to work for you. Your vision of energy dominance is the foundation of this golden age for America is coming true. And it's just common sense. You've called this the party of common sense, but it's when we talk about cutting taxes like never before, cutting regulations, speeding permitting, we're the hottest country in the world because of the policy changes that are drawing all that capital to come here. And now we combine this with the incredible natural resources that we have. You understand better than anyone that the balance sheet of America is the biggest balance sheet in the world, the natural resources that we have. And by unleashing energy, you know that that's what's lowered inflation. It's bringing prosperity at home, but it's also bringing peace abroad. You identified that there was a couple of threats to our country. One was Iran having a nuclear weapon. The other was losing the AI arms race to China. You took care of one of those a few weeks ago. You're helping to take care of the other one here. And I just want to say again that your understanding of what needs to be done, your understanding that we need more power, because a kilowatt of electricity today is worth more than it ever has been in human history, because we can take Pennsylvania natural resources like gas, turn it to electricity, turn it to intelligence, and that intelligence lifts every single industry, not just one industry, not the company that owns the data center. It lifts everybody that uses it. This is going to be the biggest change in human productivity in history, and the U.S. is going to lead thanks to your vision.
Thank you. Listen, I want to just close by saying what an extraordinary group of people here today. Thank you all for coming. There's just people you could talk for days just listening to the people around this table. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment and investment in Pennsylvania. Thank you all you in the audience. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran an article last week, and it said in the first line or two, not since the days of Andrew Carnegie has so much economic power been gathered in one room in Pittsburgh. And I really believe, Mr. President, based on you being here, we're going to look back on this day and say that this was a real seminal moment in the history of our Commonwealth, and maybe even in the history of our country, because not only of you being here, but all the policies that are leading us in this direction and the leadership you're showing. So I want to thank you on behalf of Dean and me. Thank you on behalf of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania. We're grateful for your leadership, and thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you very much. And I have to say that David said, could you just come in and make a quick statement and then you can leave right away? And I said, okay, good, I'll do it. But when I saw the people gathered, I said, I'm not leaving. I want to learn something, and I have learned something. This is the smartest group of talent probably that you've ever had in terms of energy and even finance ever had in one room. So it's an honor to be with you. I used to do what a lot of you guys did. I like this better, though. I don't care. And you're doing a fantastic job, but really it's an honor to be with you, and congratulations. You're going to have tremendous success all over the country, but you're going to have tremendous success in the Commonwealth. So good luck to everybody. And if I can help you, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Great to be with you.
Some of you guys might not feel the same as I do, and I really can't say anything about it, but to me, this is one of the biggest days in his second term. This is incredible. I mean, it can be a little bit intimidating, overwhelming when you hear people talking about throwing around billions of dollars away. I mean, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. The one guy goes, yeah, we committed 25, but we're going to do another $25 billion. And it just, I don't know, it just gets me. It's one of those things that I really, really love talking about business. It's not so much about the dollar signs as it is the business, just taking America to a whole other level. These are the kind of things that I always thought was possible, but wasn't probable. I knew that this country had the ability to take things to the next level, to go where we are just a country, as I don't know who said it first. I don't know if it was Reagan or if it was Kennedy, but that shining city on the hill, where other countries look up to us and go, yeah, man, that's America. And then over the course of decades, we just watched people just try to take shots at us and chop us down to the point where I didn't make it up just to say it. I truly don't think a lot of people know how to win. I think they have this ideology where they think if they're doing okay, it's winning. And it's not. It's the whole country being able to prosper. And I can't take the fact that I think the Democrats and even former Republican presidents have just ingrained in certain people's minds that we don't need to be great. That you know, how things could be is just a pipe dream. You remember what Obama said when he goes, what's President Trump going to do? Come in with a magic wand? And now how stupid does that sound? How stupid does it sound for him to say that? And now after you say something like this, what happens when you leave here, not yet, and you go on X or on Facebook and you hear people talking just crazy stuff? Just while they were talking, I was looking to see if anybody else covered it. Nope, I couldn't find anybody else. I'm talking about on X. Of course, there might be some news and definitely RSBN. But I was looking for like individuals. Are they covering this? Nope. But yet they're talking about the other stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Do you not realize that the people who trust their time with you would like to hear some positivity? Would like to know, hey man, life looks good. We have so much to look forward to. Nope. They're all out there with the doom saying, oh my God, it's going to be awful. The midterms. Oh, we're going to get crushed. And, he's not talking. I can't. Yeah, there's been, I had told Ashley, said, for those people who chase subscribers, people worry, hey, people might unsubscribe. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm doing what I do to try and help other people. And if people don't want to be helped, I'd almost prefer that, no, not almost, I would prefer that they unsubscribe or don't come back. I'm not going to wallow. I'm not going to be in misery. This is fantastic. I mean, they're still shaking hands and walking around. I mean, it's just like, you see this. He was a singer. I mean, you just see these captains of industry and business, people who basically are really running the world at this point, and they're getting behind Donald Trump. And I'm not stupid enough to know that they're behind Trump because he's president. They understand he carries a big stick. They understand that, hey, well, is this all it took? Just imagine that. Is this all it took? Could Biden, could Obama, could George Bush go back? Business has always been there. And they ran to Mexico and ran over here because America didn't want them. America said, go do your business over there. That country needs you more. Think about it. Why were these countries over in Mexico? And it was cheaper and everything. Well, you didn't incentivize business here. And I realize there's so many people in business who are on social media who don't get business. And you don't get here's David Sachs right there, billionaire. And he brought him in to basically be one of the crypto guys. But in this room, as you're looking right here, these are people who are going to help change America. I want you to understand that these are the people that President Trump has said, let's change this country. Let's completely turn it around. And then you got people like Zoran up in New York and Ilhan Omar and all these people that want to be socialists and Marxists. No, that's not what this is about. I almost think these people are happy because they're free of the DEI and all this crap. It's a whole new world out there. And I just hope and promote and advocate that you guys take advantage of it. Maybe you won't. Maybe it bothers you. That one guy that I had to bounce out of here is like, Barry wants to replace humanity. I'm like, are there people here that stupid? I'm serious. When I looked at him, I went, you gotta be that stupid. That's what you take from this? Man, you're as bad as the people on the left. Go for it. I mean, if no one's ever told you, let me be the first one to tell you, go for it. What's the worst that could happen if you go for it? What's the worst that could happen if you learn how to make prompts in AI and you fail? You're where you are. So there's no. I mean, because AI for the most part in some of these programs like Perplexity and they're free. They don't cost you anything to learn. Imagine something that could completely change your life and your family's life forever, and you can actually access it for free. You don't have to buy any courses. There's all kinds of stuff on YouTube. There's all kinds of people on X just putting information out there for free. You've got no excuse. None whatsoever. You can't say it costs too much. Definitely can't say I don't have the time. We've been here almost 4 hours. You can definitely learn how to improve your life with this stuff. Just stop watching the other shit. Me personally, I'm one of these people I like to invest my time where I think I can get a return. Obviously, you invest your time in your relationships. You invest your time if you have a business. You invest your time in your health. So don't waste it. Let's see what else here. Lorena, Barry, I'm so glad I found your channel at the beginning of Trump's rallies. I've been here. Thank you very much. Future president should come from business, not politics. Remember when they used to say, well, he's a businessman, the government's not a business. And one of the first things I used to think was, why not? You got trillions of dollars that's being spent, and now you can never go back. People know. Whoa, hey, what do you mean? Doge found that Wally the Nigerian was just sending out checks. Yeah, I want somebody who's going to overlook that stuff. Don't let people give you gray hair. Yeah, no more woke BS. Nope, no more of that stuff. Me too. It very shows for the common person who's tired of losing, just wants to win. Yeah, that's exactly it. Too many people haven't been told you can win. I mean, I've been blessed. I played ball. I had great coaches and I had great encouragement from my family. And I realized a lot of people haven't had that. Somebody can just say, come on, man, you can do this. And then if you have a problem, here's somebody you can hit up and try to, see if you can get some help. Do it. Do it and fail is better than to do. That's the other thing. Try. There is no try. There's only do. We need a businessman MAGA. Absolutely. The government was in the business of scamming us. That's so true. Look at what they're doing right now. Even on the right, but definitely on the left, everything you see right there, right now with them, is somebody saying something incredibly stupid to the point where it doesn't make any sense. The whole thing with Debbie Wasserman Schultz yesterday when I played that, and she talks about they have to brush their teeth where they poop. And I thought to myself, are they sticking their mouth in the toilet? What do you mean? The toilet's here and the sink's right here? Isn't that every single house in America? You poop, and then within arm's length there is going to be a sink. That's the kind of illiteracy that I hear, and I know some people are consuming a lot of, because it's like crazy. My time. Hey Lisa. Lisa says my time is too valuable to waste. No time for the BS. And Mark Pinnell came back. Looks like he raised his ugly head and, oh wait a minute, I gotta see what he says. I won't tell you guys, but what did he say? See, this is what I mean. I do got to show this because it's kind of important. Well, I don't have to show it to you. Remember I showed you at the beginning and I said Pam Bondi is undefeated? And a couple people now who are the Epsteiniacs, they're complaining that it wasn't her, that was somebody else. How many of you guys know who Red Auerbach is? How many of you guys know who Tom Landry was? How many of you guys know who, I don't know, Weeb Eubank was? Or something else more common. What's his name? Pat O'Reilly. These are all championship coaches who didn't go out there and play the game at that time for the teams that won. The coach, the head coach, has the players on the field, but they don't play, but they get the ring just as well, right? Because they coached the winning team. So Pam Bondi is the titular head of the DOJ. No, she's not arguing in front of the Supreme Court, but she's also not sifting through Epstein files. She's the boss, but it's still under her department. So if you blame her for this, you have to give her credit for that. And that's when you see the complete cognitive dissonance. That's when you realize, that's when you should know, run from these people. When they can see these wins that she's stacking up, when thousands of kids are being saved, when thousands of arrests are being made against the Speedo wearers, but then they say, oh, it's not her. But further down in your stream, oh, she's not doing anything on this case. Well, that's not her either, you idiots. That's what I'm saying. You got to be very, very careful. There's some crazy people, even on the right. I mean, some serious nuts. Absolute nuts. And then they get mad if you don't agree with them. So understand, as you're looking at this stuff in prosperity, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be against you. I'm going to close with this. There are going to be a lot of people who tell you you can't do it. There are going to be a lot of people who tell you you shouldn't do it. Those are the people you need to stay away from. You need to surround yourself, at least in a realm like this, with people who can further your ambition, who can help you get to the next level, next rung on the ladder. If somebody's never taken that step, then you shouldn't even be listening to them. Hey, I don't think that AI is any good, man. I think that's going to kill humanity. You ever done anything with AI? Oh, no, I won't touch it. All right, so, and just move on. Don't give it any air at that point because they can't help you. They're exhibiting the absolute moving of the veil, letting you know, I'm an idiot, I can't help you. All right, well, let me find somebody who can. Because otherwise, you're just going to be mired in a circle, and some people like keeping you in that circle. You see it all the time on X right now. They want you to stay there. Don't go looking beyond here, because over there means you might not want to stay in this circle here of misery, of complaining, of whining. Me? Not me.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
You see, what I'd like you to do in your spare time, whatever spare time you have, is find out how many of the people that you follow, how many of the people that you're around, that you give your time to, are encouraging you. How many people are actually saying, yeah, this is a win. That was a win. This was a win. How many people are doing that? If you're not having people encourage you to win, then they're doing nothing in your life, nothing for your life. Unless, of course, you like being mired in BS. And I'm not going to name any names or say anything negative about any specific person. But you can flip through their feed, and you can see what they're saying and how they're saying it, and you'll quickly know and go, hey man, you got anything good to say? Life can't be as bad as you people make it out to be. Oh my God. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. You got anything positive? Matter of fact, look around today. Don't even have to tell them I told you. And say, how many people are talking about this gazillion-dollar love fest that just happened? That'd be a good one for you to look up. Hey, is so-and-so talking about the $100 gazillion in Pennsylvania today? Nothing? Not a word? That's going to shock you. See, there's some big names out there. You can go look right now, and nobody's talking about these billions and billions and billions of dollars. And then when you find out that's a fact, you're going to say Barry was right. But then the second thing you have to ask yourself is, why is it that nobody's talking about it? Why are they not just clapping and high-fiving? Why is it? It's pretty easy. You're going to be surprised. I'm not making it up. When we reconvene tonight, hopefully I can get a show done. It's almost 5 because that ran long. But if we do a show tonight, if not tomorrow, you let me know how many people are out there going, yes, we're back, baby. This is awesome. Make note. I think you'll be surprised. I think you'll be very surprised. And then you're going to go, what the hell? You telling me these people didn't talk about this? Hundreds of billions of dollars? How could you ignore it? Well, you'll find out. All right, so Barry, please thank Robin for sharing the vid in Jesus' name. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ken Romalina, I brought up prosperity and Trump's wins instead of Epstein and Candace Omen comments today, and I got jumped on as a predator protector. Case closed? Pretty much what I just said, right? Yeah. Don't even talk about it. R2 Square, trust the plan. Trump has had a lot of time to think about the direction we need to go. Trump we trust, absolutely. Judy Branch, love your show. MAGA all the way, thank you. George Harmon, at the end of the day, Gil Bates needs to be in Gil Bates needs to be in prison. He's as bad as Fauci. If a list can make that happen, we will all be safer. Ben, my brother, what is this new new icon thingy here Ashley was telling me about? The crowns. It must be something new. Thank you, Ben. Thank Ben from Veteran Biker. Now it's just Ben Dykes News. Thank you, Ben. Thornton Maloney. Barry, you might call these people the peanut gallery, but they do exist. If the administration does not get a hold on this situation, next November is going to be a dark, lonely place for Republicans. Hey, Thornton, I got it. Sorry, Ashley. I got to take this. I got to take it. If next November is going to be a deep, let me put it this way. With everything we've heard. All right, so you know what I got to do? I was pretty much going to be done with the show. And I want to move forward to a part of the video where I was. Hold on. Let me ask you something. Okay. Where is it? All right. So let me play this for you. I had this all in here. Listen to this.
Employees and our seafood employees, the no tax and overtime means more take-home pay, which reflects in greater retention and happier families. Thank you. And for our shipyard operations, the full deductibility of the new construction and the 100% immediate expensing of equipment and the extension of the Trump tax cuts allows us to reinvest directly into our workforce, our facilities, and grow our future. Even more exciting is the potential for maritime prosperity zones, designating coastal working waterfronts like ours in Pensacola, and prioritizing development areas which will supercharge innovation, attract more skilled labor, and secure American domestic shipbuilding capabilities. With this one big beautiful bill and the prosperity zones together for shipyards like ours will revitalize the industry with real wage increases and the manufacturing boost needed to meet the maritime demands of the defense and commercial domestic needs. We are very grateful for the leadership of President Trump and this incredible team you have here working hard for the American workers, the American manufacturers, and the small businesses like ours located in Pensacola on the great Gulf of America. Thank
you. So I'm confused. That guy who's a fisherman up in Pensacola on the Gulf of America, whose family and workers are so excited that they're going to be so much more prosperous, that he has cleared the way for them. I didn't hear him say, and that was this morning, I didn't hear him in his speech just there go, but it all sucks because he won't release the Epstein stuff. Nope, he didn't say that. The other people clapping along. No, they didn't say it. See, here's the problem. Let me give you your recipe. Your recipe for MAGA success. Ignore people on X. You see, the only people on X stirring up shit are the people on X. The rest, this man's got a fishing boat. He's not sitting there doing this all day looking at the same people over and over. X is not real life. You think my wife cares? No, life is good. And this is someone who did volunteer work for those type of children, who went to hotels and rescued those type of children. Is she unhappy? She didn't like that, there's been no disclosure, but it ain't making her like, no, I'm not voting for him. No, Otherwise, it'd be kind of hypocritical. Because, okay, we're doing great, and but it sucks, huh? So we're going to lose in November. The people telling you we are going to lose in November, you need to avoid like the plague. Number one, they don't have a crystal ball. Number two, the rest of America not doing this all day doesn't care. I know that hurts some people. You think it's a lot of people? It's not. See, what people care about is being able to feed and clothe and entertain their families. That's what people care about. I know it sounds coarse, man, Barry, but the kid. Yes, I know. I promise I'm getting a disclaimer button up here tomorrow, and that button will say, down the bottom, warning, Barry does care about the kids, but you know what? Better get busy living. Go watch the Shawshank Redemption. Get busy living. Here's why. Let's say you're right. Let's say the midterms are a complete bust and the Democrats take over. Then all the more is the reason why you need to be all over AI and being as prosperous as you can right now and bank, bank, bank. You see, the naysayers should be your motivators. Oh, wait a second. November 2026, things gonna get real. You can spend the next 11 months worrying about it, or you can live your life and say, I'll be ready no matter what happens in November. That's what I want you to be. That's what I'm doing. I'm making myself Democrat-proof. How many of you who wanted and got disappointed because there was nothing disclosed yet are making yourselves Democrat-proof? That's the difference. Make yourself Democrat-proof so no matter what happens in November 26th, you're good. I don't care if you have to dig holes in the backyard and throw some cash in it. Either way, make sure you're prepared if that's what you're concerned about. But wallowing till November, it ain't gonna do nothing for you. I know if I said Robin, I'm not making any more videos. What's wrong with you? It's over, man. We're gonna lose 60 seats next November. It's all over. I don't think I could extract the foot from my rear end fast enough. Like, what do you mean? That's next November. What are you doing today? Well, I just can't do it anymore. I'm so mad. I don't know if I could vote for Trump. I can't support him. You better get your ass in there and start doing your work. So if you truly feel like the midterms might be a problem, stop talking about it and do something. See, I'm going to give you some tough love here. If I know that something like that's going to happen, get busy living. Get on that bull named Fu Manchu and ride the hell out of it right now. Do your 8 seconds. Live like you're dying. You brought it up, not me. If that's what you truly feel, you better get going. I am. I know a lot of people don't like hearing stuff like that, but that bull named Fu Manchu, I'm going to ride it till I break its back. Live like you're dying, man. As I'm hearing my dogs out there. All right. Tommy Ratcliffe, Barry should have 1 million subs, all MAGA supporters, all back. I don't want to talk about nobody. I just like you guys to be here. I don't care how many of subs I have. Subs is a complete vanity number. But thank you, Tommy. GG Crafts. I am 74, and because of you, I started using Grok. Thanks for all you do, Barry. You are so steady. I know when I watch you, you're going to back Trump as I do 100%. 100%. Thank you. R2 squared, public service announcement. Everyone start being nice to your computers and appliances. Never know when they might need them on your side. That's funny. GG Krause, thank you. I'm 74, and I keep my 7-year-old grandson. If I can't answer, he says, GG, go ask Grok. We write story prompts, and then we... Wow. Awesome. Wow, that is awesome. Robin wants to write a movie script. And so she's learning her prompt is probably going to be 4 or 5 pages if it was printed out of what she wants in this script, what she wants each scene to look like, and then bam. Democrats, Demon of Cybertron, Democrats hate AI because it's a narrative killer. It sure is. Ernst Walker, it is said that poverty level now is 165, so you need that much to break even now. Really? Nah. Now, depending on where you live, I mean, 165 in Manhattan might not get you too far, but 165 in Idaho will get you a whole lot further. See, that's another thing. People say they can't afford to buy houses. They always need to finish that sentence. You may not be able to afford a house where you want to live now. But if you, I'm pretty sure there's some houses in Boise or outside of Boise or where else out there? Montana. Well, then again, Montana is so beautiful, might be real expensive. Penny quarter, wouldn't regulation on CBDC allow government to monitor our spending and have a pay system like China? Guess if the Democrats took over, probably. But, you know, if they build in safeguards, then they wouldn't have to worry about that. Peaceful Haven Media. Hey, Barry, you can use the touchdown office rental cubby when on the road. Rent by the hour a day. Touchdown. Oh, I know what you mean, like Nexus office suites. Yes. But see, the thing is, I would have to find a location near an area because I don't want to be driving like 20 miles to get to one. But yes, you're right. But I did find a hack. Hack is, if you're going to get a hotel, talk to the business manager first and tell them you want to rent a, a meeting room at the hotel, and then tell them you want high-speed internet, and then even if you don't use it in the room, they'll give you the password to the higher internet. That was the key. Yeah. Time to bang some pots and pans and skillet sizzling. Hugs and blessings. You too. Make some dinner there. Ernest, winning with Trump. Thank you. Lupe Murillo, I just bought. Nice. Dr. Ed Colley, I feel badly for people who aren't listening to Barry and learning. He and POTUS truly understand and are doing everything they can to help us live not in fear. Listen, learn, and act. That's what I tell everybody. And it's funny because, like, when I met, I'll tell you in a second. Karen's crazy. Your sister, Barry, is there any way to contact you via phone call? I can email you my number. I have something I need to lay eyes on. Just hit up one of the mods. They can send you the email. And Tommy, I guess I meant views. Everyone should hear you. All right. Thank you very much, Tommy. To what you said, Ed, me is me. It's not a persona. I'm not an actor. And now I do have someone who has proof. BLS has met me, and when we sat down and had lunch, it was so funny because he's talking, and I'm like, I'm going to eat some nachos. And I'm eating the nachos, and we're talking. And it was just such a great conversation. After meeting him, I'm like, I came back and told Rob, I'm like, we got to do the meetup. We have to do the meetup because if I could put even 10 people in a room like BLS, that would just be awesome, just to hang out with everybody. Speaking about getting personal, one thing I do want to say before we go, where is it? Tonight, provided that I can turn things around quickly, go there. Go to fanfareshop.org/submit video. And you got to do it on a laptop or a tablet or something. It doesn't work on your phone, but you can submit a video, and I'm going to be playing those in the show. So at that point, last week one time we did like 5 or 6. It was awesome. And there's like, when I looked today, there was like 7 or 8 in there as well. So we'll get those queued up to play in tonight's show if I can get it done in time. Got a quick turnaround here. It's already 5 o'clock because this one went 4 hours. So I'm not sure if we'll do a night show today. I'll post if we get it done. And if not, hopefully it's not another 4-hour day tomorrow. Wow. Lots and lots. So go there, fanfareshop.org/submit video. Whew. Wow. That being said, all right, everybody. I'm going to go grab something to eat. Luckily, Robin had dinner last night from my favorite sushi place, so it's here waiting for me. So I probably can eat pretty quick and then come back. And then just so much content. There was a State Department press conference today. There was the Pam Bondi press conference I can play later, try and make it easy so I don't have to do a whole lot of editing and stuff right now. So yeah, let's go ahead and do 7 o'clock and we'll do a Rumble jump over. And then we'll have some fun tonight. I got something in mind. I think we can do it. 2 hours? Yeah, let's do it. All right, let me go eat and get out of here. And I'll see you guys back here at 7 o'clock. Thanks.